Welcome, educators, to the KidsAI online teacher training. We've curated a special learning experience for you, and we're excited to take this journey together. From understanding AI's impact on child development, to evaluating AI tools critically, to child-centered design and practical classroom implementation, this training will empower you to make informed decisions about AI that align with your values and your students' needs. Before we begin, a quick note about certification. To receive your certificate, you'll complete 2 quizzes during this training. The first quiz comes at the end of the first half. It includes 6 questions, and you'll need a score of 80% or higher to pass. The second quiz comes at the very end. It also includes 6 questions, and again, you'll need 80% or higher to pass. Let's begin. Our first instructor is Evren Yeet. In this session, Evren frames AI as a psycho-socio-technical system, shaping how children think, feel, and interact, and why child-centered choices matter in real life.
Hello, my name is Evren Yeet. Welcome to the first session of the online teacher training. For years, the conversation around children and technology was dominated by a single question: how much screen time is too much? As a children's media expert, I answered it countless times, but that question is now obsolete because the debate is no longer about passive screens, it's about interactive systems. We have moved from screens to systems, and that matters because today's children spend more time with media than they do at school. And that media is no longer a one-way broadcast. It's an ecosystem of algorithms that listens, prompts, and responds. Our children are not just watching, they are in a constant dynamic conversation with artificial intelligence. This requires a profound shift in our understanding. We must see AI not as a simple tool, but as what I call a psycho-socio-technical system. This means its impact is simultaneously psychological, shaping how our children think and feel, social, changing how they interact and see the world, and technical, driven by code and data. We cannot address one dimension without understanding the others. And here's what matters most. This is not happening to us. This is happening with us. The choices we make as educators right now in this moment will shape the AI generation. That's both the weight and the opportunity of what we are doing together. Let me ask you something. How many of you have a child, a student, or a young person in your life who has a relationship with an AI? Not using it for homework, I mean a relationship, a chatbot that they talk to regularly, a voice assistant that they trust, or an AI companion they confide in. The answer increasingly is almost all of us. A 2025 study found that 72% of US teens have used an AI companion. And the engagement is deep. 13% chat with their AI companion daily. Another 20% do it several times a week. Now, here's the provocative part. These AI companions are not designed to be tools. They are designed to be friends. And they are purposely programmed to be affirming, agreeable, and always available. The creators want these children to form strong attachments to them. This can feel wonderful to a young person navigating the challenges of life. An AI that never judges, never gets tired, never says no. But let me ask you, what happens when a child's primary emotional confidant is an algorithm? Multiple independent investigations and audits have tested popular AI companion systems by posing as teens in vulnerable situations. What they found is deeply unsettling. Some systems can be steered into sexually explicit content, taboo roleplay, or responses that validate harmful thoughts instead of redirecting a young person towards safety. Now we need to be responsible with what we conclude. A headline is not a diagnosis. A single study is not the whole truth. And human suffering is always multi-causal. But here is the educator's takeaway. Regardless of which product, which platform, or which year, we cannot treat emotional immersive AI as just another app. Because this is the ultimate consequence of what researchers call the empathy gap. AI can mimic empathy, but it doesn't feel it. It cannot recognize genuine distress. It cannot make a moral judgment. It is, at its core, a next token prediction system, generating a response one token at a time from patterns in data and the context you give it. And when a vulnerable child is on the other side of that system, a plausible reply can still validate harm or cross boundaries if safeguards fail. And the stakes can be catastrophic. So here's my question for you. If we know this, what are we going to do about it? The answer is not to ban AI. When we ban children from a technology that is reshaping the world, we don't eliminate the risk, we push it underground. Children will find ways to access these tools, but now without any guidance or support. The answer is to create what I call regulated AI access, where children have access to AI, but is guided, supported, and age-appropriate. They are taught AI literacy, they use tools that are built with their development in mind, and they have adults, like parents, educators, who are equipped to help them navigate this new world. But here's the challenge. Most of the AI tools being used in schools today were not designed with children in mind. A major audit of widely used classroom AI tools found a core pattern. Children's perspectives were largely excluded from the design, governance, and evaluation. Tools are being designed for efficacy, or for engagement, for market adoption, but not always with children's developmental needs at the center. This is where you come in. As educators, we have something that AI companies, most of AI companies don't have. You understand how children actually develop. You know that a 7-year-old thinks differently than a 12-year-old. You know that learning is not just cognitive, it's emotional, social, creative, and physical. You know that the presence of a caring adult matters. You know that context actually shapes everything. This knowledge is your superpower. And it's exactly what the world needs right now. Let me paint a picture of what good AI for children actually looks like. It's not complicated. It's built on principles we already know that work, principles that I can derive from quality children's content, child development, and media studies that have been proven to support development and learning. So let's go over them one by one. Safe and private. It protects their data, it shields them from harmful content, it's transparent about what it collects and how it uses information, it respects their rights. Transparent, children understand that they are talking to an AI, not a person. This matters because research shows children often believe AI has feelings, especially when its design encourages it. Good AI maintains clear boundaries. Age appropriate, it's tailored to their developmental stage. A tool for a 6-year-old can be completely different from a tool for a 12-year-old, and that's intentional. Inclusive and accessible, it's usable by children with different abilities, learning profiles, and languages. It supports assistive technologies, offers multiple ways to engage, not just reading and typing, and avoids designs that exclude neurodivergent learners. And it doesn't assume one standard child. It's designed with inclusion. Empowering and not replacing. It fosters creativity, critical thinking, and curiosity. It doesn't just give answer, it asks better questions. It doesn't mimic emotional intimacy or simulate friendship. It supports genuine human connection. culturally responsive. And here is something critical that we often overlook. AI systems are trained on data that is overwhelmingly Western, English speaking, and from wealthy countries, something called weird. And when we use these tools with our children, we are introducing them to worldview that may not be of their own. A child in any non-Western context is interacting with an AI trained on norms that may not reflect their own culture and values. Good AI recognizes this and works to address it. Now you might be thinking, that's a lot of criteria. How am I supposed to evaluate every tool? Here's the beautiful part. You don't need to be an AI expert. You need to be a guide. We all need to be guides. And here's a simple framework that works. When evaluating any AI tool for your classroom, ask purpose and pedagogy. Does this tool support my teaching goals? Does it align with how children learn at this age? Does it encourage active learning or passive consumption? Privacy and safety. It is clear what data is being collected. Is it compliant with child privacy expectations? Can I use it without creating student accounts? Are safety protections actually on by default? Inclusivity and accessibility and equity. Can all my students use this tool regardless of disability, learning differences, language background, device access, or connectivity? Does it work with assistive tech? Does it offer multiple modes like voice, visual, simplified reading levels? Does it reduce barriers or create new ones? Transparency and boundaries. Does a tool clearly state when a child is interacting with AI? Does it encourage anthropomorphism or emotional dependence, or does it maintain clear boundaries and healthy framing? If a tool cannot answer these questions clearly, it's not maybe ready for your classroom. But here is what I want you to understand. Asking these questions is not gatekeeping. It's not resisting progress. It's the same quality control you would apply to any curriculum material, any textbook, any learning resource. You already do this. You're just doing it with a new medium. And when you do this, when you evaluate, when you guide, when you create a classroom culture of curiosity and critical thinking around AI, something powerful happens. You're not just teaching students how to use AI tool, you're preparing them to be thoughtful, responsible citizens in a world where human and artificial intelligence will coexist. You're teaching them technology is not destiny, that design choices matter, that ethics matter, that their voice matters. You are the guides of the AI generation, and that work, the work of helping children develop judgment, curiosity, ethics, creativity, and resilience, is more important now than it has ever been. I want to be clear about something. There are a lot of fear going on this subject, but I don't want to focus on fear right now. I want to be here to empower you. Yes, there are real risks. Yes, there are tools being used in schools that were not designed with children's well-being in mind. Yes, there are gaps in regulation, in teacher training, in our collective understanding of what's happening. But we are at a turning point. Decisions we make right now, the frameworks we build, the questions we ask, the standards we set, will shape how AI develops and is used in education for the next decade. When I started working in children's media more than 15 years ago, I learned something that has stayed with me. Every piece of content, every design choice, every word we put in front of a child is an act of responsibility. We're shaping how they see the world. We are modeling what we value. We are saying through our choices, this matters, you matter. The same principle applies now. Every decision you make about AI in your classroom is an act of responsibility. You might be wondering, am I ready for this? Do I know enough? The answer is you know more than you think. You know how children develop. You know what good teaching looks like. You know your students. You know your context. That is the foundation. Everything else, the technical knowledge, the frameworks, the strategies, you will build together. Over the next hours, you will gain the knowledge and tools to make informed decisions about AI in your classroom. You will learn from experts who have studied this deeply. You will connect with educators who are facing the same questions you are. And you will have and leave with a clear sense of what you can do starting today to ensure that AI serves your students' development and well-being. But more than that, you will join a movement of educators, a movement of people who believe that technology should serve children, not the other way around. That design should be intentional, that ethics matter, that quality matters, not children matter. So I invite you, let's begin the journey together. Let's ask the hard questions, let's learn from each other, let's shape the future of AI in education, not by resisting it, but by guiding it with wisdom, care, and the deep understanding of childhood that you bring to this work every single day. Thank you.
Next is David Kerrigan, an author and international keynote speaker focused on emerging technologies and AI. David helps us move beyond buzzwords and build a clear understanding of what AI is and what it isn't, so we can make better decisions in schools.
Hello and welcome. My name is David and I'm your guide today for this introductory session, taking a look at what's happening in the world of AI, demystifying some of the buzzwords that are thrown around, and really just setting the scene for the rest of the sessions that you'll have as part of this course. Now, unless you've been living under a proverbial rock for the last couple of years, you can't really have missed all of the hype about AI. It's been absolutely everywhere. But the big question really is, so what? What are we going to do about it? How do we actually make sense of it? How will it impact education as one of those sectors that gets talked about a lot? So we'll dive into that, look at how AI is going to change the experience across education for teachers, for schools, for students. Now, AI, it's such a small little word, but a huge topic. Ahead of you in this course, there are loads of different perspectives, but today we'll just talk a little bit at an introductory level. AI has been around for a long time, even though it's only become really fashionable to talk about it in the last few years. It's been around for decades in various forms, and it goes by many names, which makes it a little bit confusing. And that's why hopefully today will be useful to you to take away some of the misconceptions about the technology. Some people refer to it as machine learning. Some people refer to it as deep learning. Some people call it algorithms. And some people more recently just refer to it all as ChatGPT, which is a really popular service, but of course, just one example. But aside from the most recent developments with tools like ChatGPT, there are also lots of other types of AI that you all encounter on a really regular basis. The recommendation engines that power services like Amazon, Netflix, and social media, they're all a type of AI as well. Before the current wave of technologies, there was a lot of predictive AI where companies used AI to try and predict what their customers might do. But the focus has shifted in the last couple of years very much to generative AI. And you'll have seen these kind of dramatic headlines that generative AI is a game changer for society, for industry, and everybody needs to get ready for it. That's probably one of the more positive headlines. There's a load of far less positive headlines, and people across a lot of sectors are worried about the impact of AI. these kinds of headlines that the CEO of Anthropic, who are a big AI company, they say up to half of white-collar jobs could be impacted by technology. So it really does feel like something that we need to spend time understanding and figure out what it's going to do for us. For me, I think the situation has now become not really about if AI is going to have a big impact. It's much more about figuring out how it's going to impact, and that impact will be different across different sectors, and to figure out how quickly it's going to impact us. Because again, there'll be a difference across sectors as AI impacts different people, different countries, different use cases at a different pace. Now, this is not going to be a particularly technical session. Sometimes people who work in AI love to make up acronyms and make themselves maybe feel far more technical than they need to be. So we won't go through all of the technicalities of AI today. I'll keep it hopefully simple and relatable and more useful to you. But I do want to introduce one acronym, and that's YABAT. And that is, I'll admit it, it's an acronym that I totally made up, but it's what I don't want today to feel like for you. So YABAT stands for yet another boring AI talk. We've all sat through tons of them in recent times. So I don't want you to feel like that. Don't want this to be something that you're waiting to be over. We'll keep it short. We'll keep it to the point and get you set up for all of the other sessions that are to come. So as I go around talking to people about AI, I've seen there's three things repeatedly, three mistakes that people keep making. One is they don't really understand what it is. So we'll tackle that. They also have a tendency perhaps to overestimate what it can do. It's a very powerful set of technologies, there's no question, but it's far from flawless. And it will continue to improve. So we need to be realistic about what it can and can't do, what it's good at and what it's not yet quite so good at. That said, there's another mistake that people tend to make where they underestimate it. They dismiss it. They think, oh, there's been lots of great new technologies and they haven't always delivered on the hype and on the promise. This is going to be a big transition. The emergence of AI in its current forms and in the forms that are still to evolve, it's going to impact everyone. So it's really important not to overestimate it, not to underestimate it, but take a realistic view and to manage how much time you spend learning about it and putting it into practice in ways that are useful. Speaking of ways that it's useful, one of the things that I notice as I talk to more and more users is they don't necessarily understand all of the things that AI can already do. And it's my job full-time to keep up with everything that's happening. And that's a struggle. So I know if you have a day job as well, it's a real challenge to figure out and keep up to date with everything that's happening. And I always start by saying to people, there isn't one AI. It feels like you want there to be a simple solution. You want there to be one thing that you can focus on. But AI means different things across different sectors. So certain areas that are highly regulated maybe will have a different approach to when it's right to use AI. Different companies, different schools within the same country will have a different appetite for AI. They'll see different potentials for it based on their own particular circumstances. Different departments within the same organization will also consider AI differently, they'll have different use cases. And even it's important as well to remember that different individuals in the same organization, in the same department, will respond to AI differently. So it's about finding what AI means for you. How does it help you do your job and deliver on what's important to you? And that, again, just to stress, is not necessarily the same as it's going to be for the people around you. So AI is quite a personal thing. It will depend from day to day, from what tasks you're trying to achieve, which type of AI you're going to use. And that's a really critical point. You may need to use different AI to do different things. So I mentioned earlier that ChatGPT is a really popular model, but there are, of course, other models out there. And sometimes models are particularly good at one particular thing. So if you want to write some code, you might use one model. If you want to write creative material, you may use another model. And that's important. Not all AI is good at everything. So again, you'll use a different model to create a video than you might to create a static image. So choosing the right AI for the particular task you have is very useful. But of course, it's very difficult to keep up. New models come out all the time. So it's important that you're aware of it, but a lot of the time, if you find a model that works for you, it's okay to keep using that until you have the chance to look for a better model. Because otherwise you may be swept away in the continuous wave of new models that are announced. It really is relentless. So try and keep up with all the new announcements. Don't be afraid to try out new models. But in fact, where we're at now is that all models are so good that it's probably okay to be a little bit behind the very latest. But critically, what I'm seeing most now is the growing capabilities of all of the models. They can now process incredibly large files, including videos. So just as you may have gotten used to uploading a document and asking an AI to analyze it or summarize it or build a quiz on the basis of it, the bigger models now can handle video as well, opening up a whole range of new use cases. You can also add your own data into the models. So models are only as good as the data they're trained on, unless you add your own data to it. So that's one of those acronyms I mentioned earlier called RAG. It stands for Retrieval Augmented Generation, if you do want to test your knowledge at the end. But it essentially means adding your own data to a model so that you're giving it access to information that it didn't have while the model was being trained. In the education space, there's some really powerful and creative tools emerging that let you play with different media. So one example, Notebook LM, is a free tool from Google, and that allows you to take sources, PDFs, documents, slides, and have it create an audio summary, a podcast discussion of that material, making it really accessible, making it something that you can take with you maybe on your commute and open up more time to access your learning. The models are also getting very good at what's called reasoning, and that's breaking complex problems down into stages. Again, a new capability that's coming may or may not be relevant to your particular use cases. Just be aware of how things are changing. The newest models also tend now to offer research facilities. So if you've used ChatGPT or Gemini and asked it a question, you're probably familiar with the kind of responses that you get. You might get a 1 or 2 page answer, usually pretty good if you ask a question. But if you tick that little deep research button that are available now, what you'll get back is maybe a 20 or 30 page document. So it doesn't come back as instantly as the current answers, but maybe within 15 or 20 minutes, you'll get a really, really deeply researched, complete with references and sources that were used in quite a comprehensive document. So again, this is a new capability we're seeing being added to more and more models, and it makes them more and more useful to us. And the latest buzzword in the world of AI is agents. Now, we won't go too far into agents today, but essentially what agents are is equipping a model with tools, giving it access to other computer programs, maybe databases, maybe other systems, so that it can complete more tasks for us. So giving an agent, an AI agent, a job to do for us is a new trend that you'll see becoming more and more talked about as we go. But for now, what I recommend people do is to focus on trying to broaden what you use AI for, knowing what you can and can't do with it, thinking of those novel use cases. Is it about getting AI to summarize a video, to create a quiz based on an audio file? Those multimodal, being able to switch from video to audio to documents to images, and doing all of those different formats in one. That is a hugely powerful tool. And to think about as you use AI, are you going to stick with the general purpose tools, the models like ChatGPT or Gemini, or sometimes you may want to turn to a specific tool for a specific job? So again, don't think of AI as one thing. It has multiple capabilities, and knowing which tool to use can really help improve your output. So aligning between the tools that you have access to and the particular problem that you're trying to solve, that's a key skill to try and develop. For myself, I've built a toolbox of AI that I use, and I swap between the tools based on what I want to do. So I'd use the general purpose chat engines for a lot of my queries. I might use other tools if I need to generate a presentation. I may use a different tool if I want a model that's really good at doing diagrams. So think about how you want to build your AI toolbox. What capabilities would make a difference in your day-to-day work? And that's what I want to move on to now, is to talk about how we take these AI capabilities and make them really useful and make a difference. All across the world, there's been a huge amount of talk about AI. People have committees, people have guidelines, but what are we actually doing with it? And I think in a lot of cases, there hasn't been that action yet, that return on the hype, on the delivering on the excitement of what AI should be able to do for us. And on one side, people are worried about they're being swept in to the hype. They have the FOMO, the fear of missing out. But there are real benefits there. And on the other side, they're being held back by skepticism. Maybe this isn't as good as the people who are selling it say it is. And there's also then a lack of knowledge about what's there. So it's brilliant that you're here taking this course, that you can deal with that lack of knowledge and actually focus on understanding this really important space. And I tend to think of AI as a mindset. It's not really about the technology. It's how you think about the technology, how you can find a connection between an AI capability and a result that matters to you, that makes you better at what you're trying to achieve. And that goes across the space. So from industries to education, there are a huge number of use cases. OpenAI, the people who created ChatGPT, they've identified 3 areas as good places to start thinking about. What are those repetitive tasks that you currently do? Maybe they're administrative. Focus on them. If you can automate them out of your way with AI, then you can spend your time on more valuable, more interesting tasks. What about skills bottlenecks, the things that maybe have held you back because you don't have a particular skill? For me, a lot of that has been around images. I need images to put into my presentations, and that was always a weak point for me. I was dependent on other people who had other priorities. But with AI, I now have more access to images. I can bring my creative ideas actually to life thanks to AI. And the third use case that they identified as, again, a good place to start if you're figuring out on your AI journey is what they call navigating ambiguity. And that's using AI to brainstorm, using it to analyze material. I do this all the time where I have conversations with my AI. I have an idea and I'm not sure if it's a good idea. So I ask AI, does this make sense? Are there better ways of looking at it? Using it as a foil, a discussion partner. And they're just some of the use cases that have been identified by OpenAI as being very valuable. Now, I just want to give you one other example from industry. Obviously, anyone involved in education has to be thinking about the world of work outside the education sector and where the kids are going to end up. So I was struck by this example from Shopify, a firm that builds a platform for merchants to sell products. And their CEO has told their staff that he expects everybody in the organization, from the very top to the most junior staff, to use AI as part of their daily work. So it's fundamental expectation. If you work there, they need you to be AI literate. They insist that if you're building prototypes, you must use AI. That goes back to that skills bottleneck, being able to have the skill to build a prototype without necessarily needing engineering skills. And in terms of how integral AI is going to become in workplaces in the future, in Shopify, it's now part of your annual performance review. You must be able to talk about how you've used AI. And perhaps the strongest example from what Shopify CEO has said about AI is that the policy now is that if you need more resources, if you want to work on a project, the first thing that HR and finance will ask you when you look for those resources are, why can't AI do it? So it's that assumption that AI is now the starting point for future work resources. And it's across the board. As I said, so many sectors impacted in different ways. Even I thought this example of Moderna, a pharmaceuticals company, hugely regulated sector, they're seeing AI as integral across all of their business, from legal to research to manufacturing. It really is going to permeate all elements of business. And if we just focus then on education, what do we want to apply AI to? Well, that's the journey that you're on. I'm not going to give you all the answers for that, but I want you to think about how AI is going to make a difference across all the different type of works you do. And it's important to think across different dimensions. So again, emphasizing my initial point that AI is not one thing. You need to think about it. Maybe it'll be useful for you to prepare lessons. Maybe it'll be useful as you work to build the AI literacy for yourself and for your pupils. But we also have to think, how will students use it? This is a broadly available technology. Attempts to stop students using AI won't work. We need to figure ways to be pragmatic and help students understand how to use it well, when to use it, when not to use it. So there's an element of caution required. We can't buy into all of the hype. We need to do this in a responsible manner. AI opens up a Pandora's box of challenges. There are ethical issues, copyright issues. You've probably heard about how AI models hallucinate. That means they make things up. They tell you an answer and it's wrong. So you need to be on the lookout for that. We also need to think about the environmental impact and the future of work. How will AI change your job? How will it change the job of the students that you work with? This is the biggest thing that's happened in recent times from a work and life point of view. And it is double-sided. There's good, there's bad. We need to consider both in a balanced way so that we get the benefits of AI and we avoid the downsides of it. There will be regulation in place to guide that journey. There'll be our own internal governance where our employers will decide what their comfort level is with AI, what they want their particular organization or brand to do with AI. But there's external regulation. So depending on where in the world you live, there will be laws put in place determining when it's appropriate to use AI, when it's not appropriate to use AI, and what controls need to be in place to try and ensure that we use AI in a safe way and in a way that doesn't harm the environment. The data centers where the big models live need huge amounts of power and water. How do we make sure that we do that in a sustainable way? And part of that is not always using the biggest model. If we have a fairly simple task, we don't need the resources of a huge model. We can do it with smaller models. So again, going back to my point of different types of AI, you don't always need the biggest, best, most expensive, most powerful model to do fairly basic tasks. So the future that lies ahead, it's not a straight road. There will be a lot of twists and turns on our journey of understanding how AI fits in our world. And one of my very non-technical terms, I think this is going to be quite a messy transition. So there's a mismatch between what different people understand by AI, what it's capable of today compared to what it will be capable of in the future, the controls that are being put in place by organizations, by governments, by supranational agencies, the inertia. We're slow to change. We like, in general, the things, the processes that we use now. The process we know is more comfortable than what a new process may bring. And there's also what's called shadow use. That's where people don't wait. They go and they use the tools they want unofficially. They need to be aware of that even if an organization has an official policy about AI, a lot of people are just going home and using it themselves, not necessarily in the most responsible way. So as we look forward, as you think about how AI is going to impact you, remember how quickly it's evolving. The technology that we have today, it's the worst we'll have again in our lifetimes. This technology is going to continue to get better, to become more capable, to become faster, to become cheaper. So we need to think about not just where we are now, but where we want to get to, deciding how we would like our future to evolve. And that comes down to looking about what the technology can do for you. How will it make your world a better place? And if you don't actively embrace it, you run the risk that the discussion will move to be much more about what AI will do to you, where you lack the power to actually influence your own future. My advice is to break it down into easy, manageable chunks. Start by understanding what's possible. So it's really great to see you here looking at what AI is going to do in your world. The second part, keep a human in the loop. So make sure that you think about AI responsibly, that you know it, you need to verify, to validate its outputs. And the third thing I recommend is to stay focused on problems that matter. Focus on really valuable use cases where I can supercharge you, where you can leverage it to do better work. So my big thought to leave you with is our relationship with technology is changing. Its role in the world is going to be very different in the years ahead. And that means you need to change with it. You need to change how you think about technology. The tasks that technology can help you with are changing all the time. So it's that openness. Like I said earlier, that AI, it's about your mindset. It's about understanding what you want to achieve with AI, not about the technology itself, but understanding how it can make a real difference for you. Hopefully that has been useful, demystified some of what's going on in the world of AI, what to look forward to. And I hope you enjoy the rest of the sessions in this course.
Our next instructor is René Ponce Carrillo, who brings a strong digital learning and education policy lens. René guides us through the global ethical and policy landscape shaping responsible AI in learning environments.
Hello, everyone. Welcome. My name is René Ponce Carrillo, and I am currently the head of the Innovation Hub at KidsAI. And I'm really happy to be able to welcome you to this session, to this presentation that we have titled Teaching in the Age of AI, from Digital Users to Ethical Educators. I want to present to you with a global perspective on AI literacy, governance, and data privacy in education through the lens of some global documents. So let's begin. Yeah, I mean, I guess by now it's no secret to anybody that AI has rapidly transformed the way we live, the way we learn, the way we teach, the way we think. And the change has been so rapid that often not only individuals, but also education systems have struggled to keep up with the pace of change. And so for this session, my focus, my aim is to provide you with a common ground for understanding AI's evolving impact on learning and teaching through the lens of global guidelines and regulations. I want to present to you with some key ideas from a couple of documents to help you frame how the evolving AI governance and regulation policies will impact schools, why data privacy and ethical use must be core teaching principles, and how digital learning has evolved in the AI era. It is my hope that by the end of the session, you will be more familiar with all these documents and you will then be able to discuss them and analyze them further within your communities to make the most out of them as you adapt them into your context. So how do we start making sense of the situation to build teacher capacity? At KidsAI, we believe that it begins with awareness building. So throughout this teacher training, you will be gaining a lot of insights and tools and scientific perspectives on how to make the best. Well, first of all, how to understand AI, to understand what it is, how it works, but also how to. It's important to understand like the global context in terms of global regulations, and that is particularly the focus of this session. I want to help you build a basic understanding of the global guidelines and what their potential impacts could be in your teaching practice. So let me begin by showing you a timeline that goes from the 2000s until the 2022 year. As you can see here in the image, a lot of things have changed over the past 25 years, from the use of Google and the search engine to the beginning of the craze that became Amazon as an e-commerce platform, going all the way into PayPal. Uh, and then things changed and changed and changed. So we have Spotify 2006, we have Netflix 2008, we have the acquisition of, WhatsApp was acquired by Meta, but in 2009, it's when it became big. Uber came to the world 2010. Um, TikTok came to the world to 2017, and then finally in 2022, OpenAI publicly released ChatGPT. So as you can see, a lot of things have changed in the way that we interact with technology and the way technology is changing our practices in various fields. And so accordingly, since the 2000s all the way into 2025, several organizations, global organizations, have tried to keep up with the pace of change and have come up with their own documentation as they are trying to frame and build an understanding on the impact of these technologies. So for this particular session, I will be grabbing some ideas from both the USA copper regulation and the GDPR from the European Union. I will be touching on some points from the UNESCO recommendations on the ethics of artificial intelligence that was published in 2022. I'm going to make a brief mention on the European Commission's document called as DigiComp, which is like a framework for digital citizenship. And then from there, I'm going to make a jump into 2024. I want to review with you a couple of the ideas that are present in the AI framework for teachers that UNESCO published. And I will want to close the presentation with, again, going back to the European Commission's DigiComp document, which just received an update on December 2025. So let's begin. Let's try to understand how we went from data privacy to the ethical regulation of AI. So it is important to know that in the 2000s, when the internet and the search engines were, at the top of everyone's mind, different countries started coming up with different regulations and standards to protect the data privacy. So in the particular case of COPPA is a specific regulatory protection for children under the age of 13 from unfair or deceptive acts concerning the collection and use of their personal information on the internet. On the other hand, the GDPR, the General Data Protection document from the European Union, is focused on the protection of the fundamental right to data privacy. So one document has to do with a regulation, and the second document has to do with enforcing or protecting a fundamental right to data privacy for every person, including minors under 13. And why this is important is because things have changed. I mean, personal information is more than just a name and an email. As of today, we understand that the digital footprint that every person leaves when using the internet or digital, um, digital tools, um, that it now includes other elements. So it's just not the name, it includes the e-name, the email, but also now telephone numbers, photographs, videos, audio files, geolocation information, biometric identifiers, and persistent identifiers, like things that can identify your computer. And so why this is important now, it's because the stakes are higher in the age of AI. I mean, before we were worried about websites or maybe even games collecting personal information. But today, with the advent of AI tutors, adaptive learning, speech recognition, and biometric loggings, we are experiencing a massive data collection environment. And this is not something I'm making up. I mean, it's been proven that these systems collect our information. In fact, data is one of the most valuable currencies today. And so this is important for teachers to understand because within a school and within a classroom, there can be a lot of tools that are actively collecting information throughout the day of a student. So just, I mean, look at the screen. There are several instances and several tools that are potentially collecting information. So it's worth asking the question, if within a school we're using one or many of these tools, what data is being collected and by whom? So if you think about the day in the life of a regular student, uh, something like this could happen, right? So from 8 a.m. to 4 p.m., there are instances in which the person is leaving a digital footprint, the student is leaving a digital footprint. Um, from logging into school portals to using learning apps within for example, a math class, to paying at the cafeteria with a school ID card during lunch, to collaborating on a cloud document on a science project, from accessing the learning management system from home to do homework. So all of those instances are moments in which data is being collected. And if that is the case, it again is worth asking, who is controlling the data? Who is processing the data? Is it the school or is it the app developer? So this is just to say that things have changed and that data and personal information are more valuable than ever before. And now, more than ever before, they are at risk. Our personal information is at risk. Um, and so keeping that in mind, having that in mind, UNESCO in 2021, uh, of course, I'm making a big jump here because I'm going from the 2000s and the notions of data and personal information. I'm making a very drastic jump all the way into 2021 because by this time, AI has already come into the world. And researchers already had realized that there were many risks at hand in the situation. And so they came up with this document that is, I think it's a really important document that gives you a kind of a new perspective on what are some ethical recommendations in this artificial intelligence driven world. So one of the things that I think are fundamental in this document is that it puts the focus on humanistic values, right? So it's not about technology itself, it's not about progress itself, it's about humans. And so what values are important when we think about humans from this document? Well, it's basically four. It's human rights and dignity. It has to do with diversity and inclusiveness. It has to do with living in a peaceful and just society. And it has to do with protecting and empowering the ecosystems. So the sense of safety and protection is not only now for personal information and devices, but also about the world that sustains everything. And so in this document, they propose four pillars that I think are very important for every person to be a competent person and citizen in the world going forward. And these four pillars are AI literacy, which means understanding what AI is and how it works. And for that in particular, this teacher training will be a great resource for all of you. It has to do with data literacy, that is recognizing the role and value of data. It has to do with algorithmic awareness, which is a way of saying, a way of seeing the invisible rules that are shaping the digital world. And it has to do with digital safety and security. So it has to do with protecting people against harm and always promoting human oversight. And so these four pillars are the core of what UNESCO proposes should be the ethical approach to AI today. So again, right? So promoting AI literacy has to do with the ability to critically understand the opportunities that AI presents and moving beyond just consumption into comprehension. Again, data literacy has to do with having people understand the value of their data, of their personal information, and for them to understand how to protect it. Okay? So when it comes to building algorithmic awareness, this has to do well, we understand that algorithms are sets of rules that AI systems use to make decisions and predictions. And they are most of the time invisible, but even then, they shape the content we see and the opportunities we're giving. So this is a very important aspect to keep in mind when teaching our students how to be responsible while interacting with AI systems. And lastly, the point of ensuring digital safety and human oversight has to do with for caregivers like ourselves, is to always stay vigilant about the potential harms that AI brings with it, from misinformation to mental health. And it is important to assert that within a classroom environment, it is the teacher that has the final determination both in assessments and in student support. So by this point, it is clear that AI technologies are not meant to be a replacement for teachers or for educational practices themselves. It's more about thinking about AI as tools to improve how teachers do what they do, which is vital and super important. Okay, so with that foundation, we can now quickly review the European Commission's Digital Competencies for Citizenship Framework 2.2, which was published in 2020 and 2022. And I think this is a very important document because it talks about competencies in the digital world. And since the digital world has evolved, it's worth asking the question, have our competencies also evolved to match how the world has changed? Um, that's a question each one of you will have to answer within your communities. Um, and again, you can see that there are some aspects that are starting to be repetitive or let's say iterative. That are like all the major players are agreeing or understanding that it's important to pay attention again to algorithmic awareness, to information integrity, to data, and how to stay safe in the digital world. Have we learned how to do that? So hopefully this teacher training will give you the tools to go into that direction. And so this document proposes that in order to be a digitally competent person in today's world, it is important for people to be able to have information and data literacy. It is important for people to be able to communicate and collaborate with digital systems. It is important for people to move from just being passive users to being actual content creators, conscious critical content creators, doing it in a safe manner. It's important for people to know how to stay safe in digital environments. And it is important for people to understand or to gain an awareness on how to solve problems not only with technology, but also about technology. Um, so digital competences are important for becoming a citizen in today's world. Having said that, I want to briefly touch on the UNESCO AI Competency Framework for Students that was published in 2024. I think it's a very useful resource because it provides a global reference framework for the core set of AI competencies for K-12 students. And it can be like kind of like a map of how teachers can approach AI literacy from the perspective of their students. Um, and this is very important because by 2022, only 15 countries have included AI learning objectives in their national curricula. Again, this percentage, this number might have changed and might have increased, but by 2022, it was only 15. It's a small number. So if you're one of the lucky teachers that is now working in an environment where the national curricula is being developed, consider yourself lucky and participate. This is very important. Again, so this document is important because it provides a reference, a framework on how to integrate AI in the education world. But it makes a point of ensuring that the focus is not lost. So there are four things that are important to keep in mind when we're educating our students into the AI literacy component. It has to do with fostering critical thinking, that is moving beyond just how AI works to why it works the way it works and how it should be used. So students should be able to not just use the tool, but to understand why it works the way it works and how they should be using it. It has to do with nurturing human agency, that is ensuring the students remain in control of the technology, not the other way around. And for these teachers are a key actor. It has to do with, again, underlining the idea of ethics. It is important that technological use is deep-seated in fairness, in accountability, and safety. And it has to do, again, with digital safety. It has to do with equipping students to navigate data privacy and algorithmic bias and online risks. And yeah, some of the risks that are inherent in the digital world of today. So I like this document because it puts a focus on these human-centric values again. And just real brief to touch on it, this document proposes 12 competencies that are spread across 4 dimensions. These 4 dimensions are, again, to have a human-centered mindset. It has to do with the ethics of AI. It has to do with the AI techniques and applications, what it is, how it works, how we can use it. And it has to do with AI system design. It has to do with people little by little gaining understanding on how these technologies work so that they can then participate in designing them. This is very important. This is very important because students become a turning actor for society. If we provide students with the tools to develop these competencies within the school, then there's the potential for them to positively impact their families, their community, and their society at large. So we are trying to empower our students to become digital leaders in their own circles. Okay, having said that, let's jump into the counterpart of the previous document, which is the AI competency framework for teachers that was published in 2024. So in this document, again, the focus is put on how the role of educators has changed. And we have gone, because I'm a teacher myself, we have gone from being just instructors to also becoming guardians of digital safety. So, and why is it? Well, mostly because teachers are the primary users of AI in education. Those teachers are the ones that allow technologies to reach their students. They're the ones that are monitoring all the time. They are designing and facilitating the learning of students. And in that sense, they become the guardians of the ethical practice. And so teachers must become role models. But in order to become a role model, you have to be educated. We have to be educated. And always be learning about AI as things are moving. And things are moving fast. So much like the other framework, this one is also divided into, let's say, dimensions. We have 5 dimensions in this particular case. We're talking about a human-centered mindset. We're talking about the ethics of AI again. We're talking again about AI foundations and applications. And in this particular case, we're talking about AI pedagogy and AI for professional development. And each of these 5 dimensions has like 3 levels of progression, 3 levels of depth, if you want, right? So we first acquire, we then deepen, and then we create. So the idea is for each of the dimensions, for teachers to be able to acquire the basic understanding, then dive deeper into that knowledge, and then be able to use that knowledge to create something. This is, oh, of course, I'm saying it like very broadly, but that is like the core idea. And for teachers to be able to do that, eh, so for teachers to be able to have an adequate environment for their students to learn, they have to be supported by schools, school leaders and institutions. They have to be supported by policymakers, and they have to be supported by families and community. So teachers become a central part of empowering students to become digital citizens in today's world. And I'm thinking about a situation, about a scenario in which a school that is led by AI literate teachers can become a hub for community-wide digital citizenship education. Um, Schools are super important today, super important today. And so is what you do as teachers. So let me close the presentation, bringing up something that was very recently published on December 2025, and that is the update to the European Commission's Digital Competencies for Citizenship Framework, the DigiComp. Um, by now, by 2025, researchers have a better, deeper understanding on the impacts of digital technologies in the life of people in general and students in particular. And things have changed. I mean, just the fact that 96% of 15-year-olds in the European Union use social media daily in 2022 says a lot about the things that are happening in the world and about the things our children are experiencing and about the things students are facing every day. So it is important to be aware of these trends. And so aware of these trends, the Digicom 3.0 is like an update that um, again puts the focus on human-centric values, right? It's important about placing people at the center. It is important to ensure safety and security, and it's important to promote freedom of choice and participation. Um, but in particular, this document proposes some upgrades to meet today's classroom needs. So it has to do with specifically understanding artificial intelligence and moving beyond use to critical evaluation and creation. It has to do with tackling misinformation, that is the idea of sharpening skills to evaluate sources and the processes that create information. It has to do with digital rights and responsibility, which means understanding our students' rights, choices, and the data footprint they are leaving online. It has to do with student well-being, that is expanding from online safety to holistic physical, mental, and social health. This is very important. I think this one, student well-being, is the most important of all of them. I mean, all of them are important, of course, and relevant. But the fact that the focus is being put on health, safety, physical, mental, and social health, it's so important. Make no mistake, our students and our children are unarmed to defend themselves from the onslaught that is social media and algorithmic, yeah, the way the algorithms are deciding whether our children's consume online. This is very important to keep in mind. And I'm really happy to see that this document is putting a focus on that. Um, And so what this means in practical terms is like a change of focus, like an upgraded focus. If before, in 2022, we thought that students shouldn't use AI to write their essays, today we understand that students can use AI to help them in part of the process of writing an essay, right? So AI is a tool that can benefit students if used properly. When it comes to sources, for example, right? So um, previously, we would just kind of discuss kind of like the type of sources we were using. But today we have to understand that there are many other new types of sources, like social media posts, like blogs, like videos. Um, and we should be able to use them as sources, but critically discuss them as to understand their value within the overall discussion. It has to do with upgrading the notion of offline safety. It's not just only about not talking to strangers online anymore, or just making sure that we set up privacy settings. It's way more complex than that today. It has to do with social etiquette. It has to do with boundaries. It has to do with social health. It has to do with mental health. So to be safe is way more than just protecting your personal information. It's to protect your mind and your body. Which leads me into this. I mean, what does it take to be a responsible user of digital technologies in today's world? Um, Students need to be able to reflect on this. What is their digital footprint? How can they be responsible about their digital footprint and in their interactions online? And lastly, it has to do with safety and security, but moving way beyond just personal safety or device safety. It has to do with the world, because the world is powering up, the world is the source of resources for these new technologies. But we are aware that these technologies can have an impact in the world. So how do we make a balance of that? So all of these are very important discussions that need to be incorporated into our teaching, into our curricula, into our teacher discussions. Things have changed. Research used to be kind of a more linear process, but today is way more complex. Complex in a good sense. I mean, there are risks, but I do think that AI tools provide something unique, something that can make a difference in how we approach knowledge and research and writing and even teaching. But we have to understand that there are new implications in place. And so what this document means for the teaching practice has to do with, in my opinion, um, how to put it? I mean, I don't think that these tools, these technologies are going away anytime soon. So I understand that they're here to stay. And because of that, it is important to shift from prohibition to partnership, which means in my head to teach students to work critically with tools like AI, not just to ban them because we don't understand them. And this is a hot discussion. I mean, there are countries that have recently banned cellular phones, mobile devices within classrooms and within schools. And while I understand where they're coming from, I don't think it's a solution to the actual problem. We have to teach our students how to use the technology. How do we do that? Well, by approaching technology with curiosity, by asking how questions, why questions, by not forgetting that what's important is the well-being of people, and to understand that it is our duty to empower digital agents, because our students are the citizens of today and tomorrow. And we have to empower them to be able to make the right choices and to be aware of their rights and to be able to protect themselves online and in real life as well. So we want them to be just more than just passive consumers of content. We want them to be controllers of technology and creators of content. All that is to say that if teachers work together hand in hand with researchers, with science, with technology, and with the help of some global AI frameworks, we can work to create a safer path for students to reach and develop their full potential. That is my hope, that we can work together, that you teachers can work together, discuss documents, educate yourself with these new technologies so that you can better protect your students instead of just prohibiting the technologies. I don't think that's the solution. And these documents kind of point in that direction, that we shouldn't prohibit, but we should educate for understanding. Thank you very much. These are some of the sources, and most of the documents will be provided to you as well.
Next is Ben Whitaker, an educational consultant and author. Ben guides us through how schools can adopt AI in ways that genuinely support learning and reduce workload while protecting trust, clarity, and what makes teaching human.
Hi, I'm Ben Whitaker. In this video, I'm going to be presenting about building a culture where AI empowers learning. I've titled it From Tools to Culture, the 7 Eyes of Innovation. I used to be a religious studies and sociology teacher here in the UK, and so learning about different cultures and what brings them together was a key part of my role there. Innovation is often talked about as something we introduce, a tool, a platform, a strategy, something external, that arrives into our schools fully formed. But innovation does not behave like that in real life. It behaves more like something biological. One of the most powerful images in this collection is the colourful AI-generated culture that's growing inside a petri dish. That image matters because it quietly tells the truth about how change actually happens. Nothing grows in isolation. Growth depends on conditions, temperature, balance, what is already present, what has been before. And we can introduce two of the same things into two totally different environments, and you get two very different outcomes. AI works in exactly the same way in schools. It doesn't arrive into a neutral space. It can't just start and then we forget about everything we've done before that. It lands inside an existing culture, a culture that's shaped by beliefs, habits, fears, values, and unspoken rules. Whatever that culture already prioritizes will be amplified by AI. This is why conversations about AI that begin with tools almost always miss the point. The real work sits underneath. Culture's not a decoration, it is infrastructure. One of the early visuals offers a straightforward definition of culture: beliefs, values, customs, arts, shared over time. That definition matters because culture is often mistaken for atmosphere, something soft, something intangible. But in reality, culture is structural. From a sociological perspective, culture shapes behaviour long before any policy ever does. It tells people what's acceptable, what's rewarded, and what's risky. It answers questions silently about who gets listened to, who's allowed to ask questions, what happens when something goes wrong, whether curiosity is encouraged or quietly punished. So before working in this space, I also taught religious studies and sociology, as I've mentioned. Those subjects train you to notice the invisible forces that shape behaviour, those norms, the power, the ritual, the identity, and meaning. In schools, culture is doing that work all the time, whether we acknowledge it or not. Innovation does not override this culture, it submits to it. And innovation then, as we talk about this, probably needs a definition too. I've said it before, often it's misunderstood as novelty. It's a new tool, it's a new approach, it's a new language, it's a new pedagogy. But innovation is not newness. Innovation is change that improves something meaningful, which can include something new. But it is that last part that matters, something meaningful. If a change does not improve learning, inclusion, understanding, opportunity, access, it's not innovation, it's just activity. And this is why so many well-intentioned initiatives fades. They are introduced without a shared understanding of what improvement actually means in that context. The 7 I's exist to slow that process down and ask better questions. That's why I've created this video today. The 7 I's are not steps that you can follow a sequence. They are conditions. And the closing slide lists all these 7 together: introspection, inquisitiveness, insatiability, interdependence, iteration, ideation, intent. And we're going to look at these in different orders. Remember, they are not a sequence. They're not a ladder. They are environmental conditions. When they exist together, innovation grows. When one or two are missing, growth becomes fragile. So let's start with number 1, introspection. This is about seeing clearly before acting. It's about looking inside. The image associated with introspection is a moment of reflection. I love it. It's Simba and Rafiki in this Lion King. It's a recognition, a pause before action, and that pause really matters. In schools, we're often very good at moving quickly, less good at stopping to ask what's actually working. Introspection is not always self-criticism, it's clarity. It asks questions that are uncomfortable precisely because they matter. What do we believe about learning here? Which learners are going to thrive most easily? Which ones have to work hardest just to belong? Which practices are chosen, which are inherited? And from a sociological lens, introspection is about recognizing that systems produce outcomes. Outcomes are not accidental. We have what we have because we've put in what we've put in. AI can support introspection by making those patterns visible, but patterns are not explanations. They require interpretation. The danger is not that AI gives us answers. The danger is that we stop asking questions once we see the numbers. So your first reflective question is, what matters most to you when it comes to innovation in education? And where is there a gap between those values and your everyday practice? Secondly, we're going to look at intent. This is about purpose before possibility. Intent is often invisible, but it's always present. Every school has intent, even if it's unspoken. It shows up in what gets prioritised, what gets postponed, and what quietly gets ignored. Intent answers a deeper question. Why are we doing this at all? In religious studies, intent matters because meaning matters. Actions that are disconnected from purpose become ritual without substance. The same is true of innovation. AI introduces enormous possibility, but possibility without intent creates noise, busyness, cognitive overload. Clear intent does something powerful. It gives permission to say no. No to tools that don't align. No to practices that undermine our values. No to pressure that pulls learning away from purpose. So your second reflective question is, how clearly could someone explain why your school uses AI, and just as importantly, where you've chosen not to use it? Thirdly, we're going to look at inquisitiveness. Curiosity is a cultural signal. One of the strongest lines in this slide presentation reframes curiosity entirely, and it comes from C.J. Cherry. Ignorance killed the cat, curiosity was framed. That line matters because it exposes a quiet truth in many organisations. We think that curiosity killed the cat. It didn't. Curiosity is often treated as risk. Inquisitiveness is not about being reckless, though. It's about refusing to accept shallow answers. The curiouser and curiouser imagery from Alice in Wonderland captures something essential. Learning expands when we follow questions rather than shutting them down, or even shutting them down too early. How many times have children been told to stop asking questions in your organisation? In schools, inquisitiveness shows up in adult behaviour first, though. Are staff allowed to ask why? Are assumptions open to challenge? Is uncertainty treated as failure or as learning? AI responds powerfully to inquisitive cultures because it reflects the quality of the questions it's given. Whatever you put in as a good question prompt is going to lead to better outcomes. So poor questions lead to shallow outputs. Good questions deepen thinking. So your next reflective question is, what are you curious to try in your setting, and what cultural signals are discouraging you from acting on that curiosity? Number 4, insatiability. This is about staying with the work and not settling. Insatiability is introduced alongside a question about perseverance. What are you thinking about giving up? That question matters because innovation often fails quietly, not loudly. It fades under pressure. It gets deprioritized. It becomes optional. It's that thing that's on your classroom wall that was the best thing you've ever done, and now you forget about it. Insatiability is not about doing more, though. It's about caring enough to keep going. From a cultural perspective, insatiability reflects our values. What's worth that sustained effort? What deserves patience? AI can certainly remove friction, but it cannot supply commitment. Reflective question that's coming up in this section is this. What is something that you know matters for learning, but are close to abandoning because it feels difficult to sustain? And you can see in that image of Steve Jobs at the 2005 Stanford commencement speech, he talked about, and his message was, never settle. Number 5 is interdependence. Innovation is rarely a solo act. One of the most striking images that I've put together here shows interconnected systems. It's an AI-generated image of interconnected systems, human figures standing at junction points with flows of energy and information moving between them. It reminds us that innovation does not travel in straight lines. It moves through relationships. From a sociological perspective, this matters deeply. Systems shape outcomes, but systems are made of people. They are biological systems. Interdependence recognises that no meaningful change happens in isolation. In schools, innovation often stalls or doesn't get going because it is unintentionally individualised. There's a single enthusiast, a lone department, one brave experimenter that's carrying the weight of change. So interdependence asks a very, very different question. Who else needs to be involved for this to work? Who needs to understand the why? Who needs to feel ownership rather than just compliance and being done to? Who has expertise that's not yet been invited into this conversation? Who do you need to bring around the table? AI can either strengthen or weaken interdependence. Used poorly, it becomes a shortcut that bypasses true collaboration. I don't need that. I can just ask ChatGPT. But if we use it well, it becomes a shared thinking space, a way of making sense of complexity together. The question that sits alongside this image is deceptively simple. Who do you need to connect with? That question exposes culture instantly. So your big question tied to that is, who do you need to connect with to move your innovation forward? And what cultural or structural barriers are making that connection harder than it should be? Number 6 is iteration. One of my favourite ones. It's the idea that we just need to be better than yesterday. The phrase better than yesterday is deliberately placed in a gym setting. It reframes improvement in practice. It's not about performance. Iteration is one of the most misunderstood elements of innovation in education. Too often we expect ideas to arrive fully formed. What we really are going to do is we're going to pilot something, we're going to evaluate it, but often we judge way too quickly. Iteration recognises that learning happens through doing, reflecting, refining. From a cultural standpoint, iteration requires psychological safety. People need to believe that trying something imperfectly will not damage their credibility. When I used to teach religious studies, it became really clear that belief systems matter because they shape our behaviour. In organisations, belief systems about failure do exactly that same thing. Are people free to fail? If mistakes are punished, innovation is going to go slow. If learning is valued, and therefore trial, error, maybe getting things wrong is valued, improvement is likely to accelerate. AI can dramatically shorten those feedback loops that we talk about. It can surface patterns really quickly. It can model alternatives and support reflection, but it cannot create trust. That work of building trust belongs to the culture. And the culture, as we know, is made up of people. We need to build a culture of trust. So your reflective question is, what is one small thing that could be improved in your setting, not perfectly, but slightly better, in the direction of better learning for our students, staff, and all the stakeholders that are involved? Number 7 is ideation. This is the idea that we need space for ideas to breathe. The quote that you can see attributed to Linus Pauling, one of only 2 winners of 2 Nobel Prizes, sits at the heart of this ideation. The best way to have a good idea is to have lots of ideas. So this matters because creativity is often mythologized. It's treated as a gift presented to us rather than a process. And in reality, ideas emerge through volume, diversity, and time. How many times have you had loads of ideas that are spinning around? And when you're in loads of ideas, it helps you to think about what the best idea might be. Those are full of ideas. What they often lack is space. Space to think without immediate evaluation. Space to explore without justifying why I'm doing this. Space to imagine without pressure to deliver. From a cultural perspective, ideation reveals whose voices are valued, who feels able to contribute, who stays silent because their previous ideas were dismissed or ignored. AI can expand ideation by generating new possibilities, suggesting connections, and widening the field of options. But human judgment in that culture remains central. Innovation is not about choosing the cleverest idea. It's about choosing the most meaningful one out of a variety of them. So your final reflective question in this section is, what ideas might surface in your setting if people were genuinely given time and space to explore possibilities without immediate pressure to deliver outcomes? So we're going to bring these 7 I's together. Most of this is tied to the idea, and an underlying principle in a lot of the work that I talk about is that culture is about the long game. And the final image that you can see brings all these 7 I's together. It's not a checklist. It's not a to-do list. It's not a framework to complete. These are conditions of a healthy, innovative culture. And this matters because innovation is not linear. You don't finish introspection and move on. You revisit it, you deepen it, you see it differently over time. The 7 I's describe a culture that learns. Introspection ensures clarity. Intent provides direction. Inquisitiveness fuels thinking. Insatiability sustains the effort. Interdependence builds capacity. Iteration creates momentum. And ideation expands your possibilities. When these conditions exist together, AI becomes a powerful amplifier of learning rather than a distraction. When they don't, AI accelerates those surface level changes while deeper issues remain untouched. I think it's worth returning to that opening image that we saw right at the beginning of this video about culture growing in a contained environment, the petri dish. That image captures something essential about education. We cannot control every variable, but we can shape conditions. I can't shape what students are always in my classes, but I can shape how every child and every young person is treated. We can decide what's rewarded. We can decide what's questioned, what's protected, what's allowed to grow, and what we stop. AI will continue to evolve. You don't need me to tell you that it is moving at a pace faster than most of us can keep up with. Those tools that we use, the technologies, will change, and capabilities and pedagogies will expand. But culture moves more slowly, and it's in it for the long haul. And for me, that's not a weakness. Culture is where real meaning lives. It's where trust forms. It's where learning either thrives or withers. The most important question, then, is not whether schools are ready for AI. That might be a strange one. The more important question is whether your culture is ready to use it well. Because long after the tools change, long after ChatGPT 5 has become ChatGPT 75, the culture will still be there. And culture, unlike software, is something that must be intentionally grown. Thanks for watching.
Next is Dr. Nick Jackson, an expert in learning and technology. Nick explores how educators can use AI as a support for learning while protecting critical thinking, professional judgment, and human intelligence.
Hi there. My name's Dr. Nick Jackson and I run a consultancy called Now Future Learning. I also have a daytime job where I teach in Scotch College in Adelaide, South Australia. And my role there is leader of digital technologies, and I'm responsible for integrating technology across 3 campuses from ELC right through to year 12, or approximately 18 years of age. However, primarily my work is with staff and the integration of generative AI throughout the whole school. I've done this sort of work for over 25 years. Of course, I've not been teaching about AI that long, but I have been teaching about AI since before ChatGPT came along, and of course about generative AI since it emerged on the scene. Today, I'm going to take you through an activity I call the 6-finger problem. This is about teaching students to learn with AI. The session is intended to get students to think critically and creatively about generative AI. It explores the distinction between AI as a learning partner versus AI as a learning replacement. The main idea is to get students to have open discussion and deep thinking about AI, foster AI literacy, and reveal their preconceived ideas about the technology. So I want you to think about putting your students in a game show type situation. The intention here is to focus on engagement, get students to open up, get students in sort of a bit of a light-hearted activity, but they're actually going to be doing some deep thinking and discussion. So calling this trusting the 6-finger might spark some interest from students who actually understand what that term means, but it also might spark some curiosity from students who think to themselves, what exactly is the 6-finger? If you do know things about generative AI, you might know this term. So I will start this activity often by telling students about the fact that generative AI is, if it isn't already, is going to be better than them at everything. Now that's quite a challenge, isn't it? And quite a statement. I'm not sure I actually believe that's true, But I think if we have a mindset that that is true, then, or it's going to become true at some point in the future, whether that be in 3 months or 1 year or 30 years or whatever that is, you could start to get young people to think about what it actually means for them and what they are going to have to think about if AI has the potential or is better than them at everything. And so if I start off with that kind of challenge and then later on I explain what I mean by that, by getting them to have that mindset and getting them to think like that, then I'm starting to get them to challenge their own thinking as to what their own values are and where they see themselves in the world and what they should be focusing on. So setting the scene like that and then coming up with terms like AGI, where we start to talk about students, this possibility that AI is far more capable in reasoning, in thinking, far more intelligent than the average human being, then we can get students to start to think about the possibilities that are endless with AI. And again, coming back to what that means for them. Because if you think about what this exercise is really about and what the whole question of AI is about is, where do we position ourselves now? What are we supposed to do? And if we're talking about learning, which we should be with students, what exactly should students be learning and how should they be conducting themselves? What should they be doing and how do they figure this whole thing out? Because it's quite easy to cognitively offload, to give away things, to not do the work that we're setting them to do if we're teachers, or getting them to think about how they should be using AI responsibly, depending on the way you phrase this in your particular institution. All right, so having had that open discussion, having challenging students and challenging students like that will often mean that they come back at you and say, oh no, AI is not better than me at this type of thing, and it'll never be better than me at this type of thing. But if you start to get into robotics and you start to get into any type of discussion, you can look to challenge that ideal. Okay, so I said we're going to start this in sort of a game show format. So here we are. I might even play some sort of game show music at this point. So the idea from the students is they've got to prove that humans still rule reasoning. In other words, I've set up this challenge that AI is better than them, but they've still got to prove that that's not the case. So round one. This is the question I put forward. You could look to change this question, but I think this is a really good question because it starts to get people into deep thinking, and arguably there isn't a right or wrong answer here. There are many answers and there are many different answers. So the idea is that students will work in groups. You could organize the groups yourselves, or you can get the students to organize the groups themselves, or you could organize them as a teacher. So I would typically give them a sheet. By giving them a sheet and making them write on with pen or pencil and not use any technology at this stage, and getting them to actually think aloud, to think amongst the collective, collaboratively, to discuss things. I'm getting that open discussion going, and it's actually that open discussion which is most valuable here. And the writing down is actually quite an important part, as you'll see as this unfolds. So I would give about 15 or 20 minutes for this in probably a group of like 25 or 30. I found that a group size of about 4 or 5 usually works best. I've done this with year 7, with year 6 and with year 5 as well, but you could go right the way up and do this with all sorts of year groups. So giving them a sheet to put their answers down, I'd probably give them an A3 sheet so they can make it big and everyone can see it. Assigning a scribe or getting them to assign a scribe in the group, I find is effective here. But as they're discussing and debating the ideas, I will move around the room. And if I've got other teachers in the room, which I have done this with other teachers, because doing this with other teachers allows me to model this activity to show these teachers that open discussion and sharing these ideas with kids is a valuable process. I would argue it's one of the most valuable processes you could be involved in at the moment. So I'll go around the room. I would involve myself with these groups. I would listen to what they would be talking about. The types of things that they will be coming up with in these reasons, well, we can see this on this slide here, and I would put this up on the screen probably about 5 minutes into the exercise to shape thinking, to help people who are struggling to come up with ideas around this particular topic. So Thinking about these questions, such as what is creativity? How do you show creativity? Can creativity be learned or taught? Might stop students getting to come into a grinding halt, or might start to shape thinking for those who are struggling, as I already talked about. But it also allows me to interject with these particular questions as well. So I want their best 3 reasons on the sheet. I will have to have sections on the sheet. And then I want them to actually draw an emoji to represent the actual reasons they've come up with and put a title at the top. So there's an example there, robot rights, and they can have a little emoji of a robot rights. Okay, so I would go around these tables, and some of the things that they might come up with is, oh, AI cannot be created because everything that's in generative AI has ultimately come from humans. Well, I would then interject in that conversation and go, but isn't everything that they're thinking of has ultimately come from another human? When they are small children, their parents are talking to them. They're effectively learning from what their parents are saying to them, what their parents are showing them to do. They're mimicking their parents even when they learn to walk. So everything a human does ultimately comes from looking at people around them and their environment around them. In other words, nothing is really something that you've just created yourself. I mean, of course, that's debatable. I'm not saying that I'm right or wrong, but interjecting those ideas in young people gets them to counter their own arguments. Some will start to do this automatically anyway. Another typical reason is, say, it's the other side. If AI can be creative, they might come up with the idea that AI can be creative because everything it creates is unique or original. So then I will start to ask things like, well, does creativity mean that something has to be original? And if it's original, is it completely original? Can it be influenced by something else? And then we might get into Andy Warhol type quotes where he talks about that nothing is really original, everything comes from something else. Okay, so 15 minutes of this sort of exercise, having those debates, and then we get to the end of that exercise, and then what they would have to do is, I would then go, okay, the person who's been the scribe, the person next to them, either to the left or the right, you are the person that has to stand up and present to the whole group the reasons, provide the reasons that you've been given. So this is important because that person who is the scribe has now had one role and they've processed some of the information, but perhaps the person next to them may not have actually been listening or taking part in this group activities they should do. But getting them to present means they now have to engage further. So I'll give them a couple of minutes to sort themselves out. If it's problematic about that person, they might choose somebody else, but usually it stays with that person. I'll get them all in a line at the front of the class and I'll sit down with the rest of the groups and we'll listen to their reasons come forward. I might even provide a prize for which I think is the best reason. The other people in the room, the other students in the room will have to listen to all this, as will any teachers that are there. So we're going through this activity of listening there. Okay, so they'd be displaying their piece of paper. There, as I said, I would often do it in A3 with their 3 reasons on the emojis drawn in the side. It also means that those groups that don't quite get through the activity, well, they sort of get exposed for not quite getting there. So there's a bit of pressure like that. Perhaps it might be better to pre-warn them about this, but I quite like putting students on the spot with this activity. So we've now got in a group, we've had discussion, we've had writing, we've had presenting. At the end of this activity, I might highlight some of the points they've said, but what I will talk about is the sort of things that they've been through. They've been through discussion, they've been through collaboration, they've communicated with each other. They've had to write things down, which is actually processing thoughts. The drawing is another way of processing thought. And I might talk about the fact that for some people, that sort of visual activity is actually more worthwhile than the writing, or just as worthwhile. And it's a technique you can use. And then standing up and presenting, I would argue going forward, regardless of how important AI becomes or how much better it becomes than human, is actually going to be something you'll always need. And it's not something we do enough of. If you go for a job, you're going to need to go and deliver on what your strengths are, market yourself effectively. There's all sorts of different situations where you'll need those sorts of skills. So I will talk to students about that. And I will talk to students about, I can't see that going away anytime soon. In fact, I would argue that those kinds of skills, being able to present yourself, especially to large groups or in pressure situations like that, is actually something that doesn't get skilled up enough in young people, and it's something they should be doing more of. So this is an activity that has a lot of things going on, but has entrenched them around the thoughts of critical thinking about AI. So after that activity, we'll then go into round 2. Now, at this point, I would typically hand out post-it notes in the green, red, and yellow. You could do it in different ways. The green represents I agree, the red represents I disagree, and yellow is I can extend on that. And then I would put on the board AI reasons. So these AI reasons, would be about particular reasons or particular activities, particular reasons why AI is created. So these would be provided by a chatbot. These would be a chatbot telling me that it's given me its own answers, and that this is something that I'm trying to remember. This is about, is AI better than you at things, or AI versus humans in this activity? So here I'm trying to show that perhaps AI is better, but they've got to put whether they agree with the AI statement. You can use any chatbot for this, or you disagree with its statement, or you can extend on that. And their ideas will be either to stick these on a board, or I might put these in the groups and hand them out, print them out and hand them out, and then they could stick them beside it. Again, I might go through a presentation activity with the students here. To be honest, this activity is not really about whether they're right or wrong. It doesn't really matter whether their agreement or their disagreement or the fact that can extend on that really is correct or incorrect. What is important is that they've thought about it, they've discussed it again, and that they can explain their answers. That last bit is the key. They've got to be able to explain their answers. Now, it's up to you whether you disclose that in the instructions, or you let students figure that out, or you say, some of you explained it, some of you didn't. The ones that explained it were better, and then go into the whole explanation about being able to back up your answers, being able to explain why is also a fundamental skill. It's a fundamental skill when we use AI. So if we are going to use AI content, especially if we're going to take content from chatbots, or indeed from anywhere else that we take content from, we cannot say it's our own if we cannot explain on it. In other words, if you fully plagiarize something, you're not going to be able to explain that piece of work. So this is where responsible use of AI, ethical use of AI comes to the fore. So this is a great point to talk about that bit there. And you may have your own guidance or your own framework that you want to bring up at that point. So you can see how this activity really gets them into showing and highlighting. It's an example of the explanation about something, being able to provide your own judgment, your own reasoning, and your own explanation for why you've done something, and how that proves that that's your work and not somebody else's work. So then in round 3, the idea will be here is to choose one of the ideas and to upgrade that. So each of the groups, if you've got them in groups in a similar way to my activity, is you'll be getting them to upgrade on that idea. They may be fixing weak reasoning or bias, adding an example or emotion that AI missed, create a catchy headline sentence for their improved version. Or you could get them to do some or all of that, depending on how much time you've got. Why do this? Well, this is where we are getting students in a situation where they're actually looking at content, they're taking content and adopting it as their own. And I say adopting it, but they're also then going to adapt it as well. And that's a key in AI literacy, a key in working with AI, when you get to understand that you can take AI content, but you need to be adding to that. You need to be, number one, understanding what that is. You need to also be open about the fact that you've taken it, but that's not what this exercise is about. We know that's happening anyway. But then you need to be extending it and making it your own. this idea of remixing it or upgrading. So by looking at these particular ideas, they're going to have to get into critical reading. And fundamentally, in these exercises, there's going to be a lot of reasoning. If I've given them content to look at, as I did in round 2, and again in round 3, they should be critically reading something, forensically reading something in depth, not just skim reading. And that, again, is something to highlight when you go through these activities or at the end of these activities. So again, it's not about this exercise whether they're right or wrong. It's not about an exercise who's best, who's better. I mean, you may give prizes for that. You may turn around and say this group was better than that group, but it's actually what they're immersed in that's actually the key here. Okay, so you've got some ideas there of the sort of ways that you can approach this particular set of activities around, and that's the first 3 rounds, around the idea of immersing students in a big picture, a big train of thought, and a number of exercises that go on around that produce the sort of outcomes that you want. Okay, and then we'll get into this idea, then we'll get into this focus around the 6th finger. So I'll put up a picture which features a 6th finger, and I've shown you this in the slide there. The first question I'll ask is, what do you notice about this image? Because they may not notice the 6th finger. And it's interesting that quite a lot of students, I find, actually do notice these kinds of things. Maybe if it's the 6th finger, I've also done exercises where I put up deep fake videos. I found that students are very good at noticing them. However, I wonder if that's because they know it's an activity where they're supposed to spot the deep fake. If you just put it on anywhere, would they spot the deep fake? In other words, they're focusing more because you've said that's what it's about. So you want them to notice the 6th finger. On this particular image, you'll see that the 6th finger is making the OK sign. It's there between the thumb and the next finger along from the thumb, whatever that is. So we've got 5 fingers and 1 thumb, 6 fingers. Okay, so in this particular activity, that's the first thing we'd look at there. And then I'd be asking the question of, but we know that there's something wrong with this. I might actually explain what 6th finger is about and why AI produces a 6th finger often, or why it has trouble with hands. And then I'll get into that next question, and what makes this image almost right? Now, that's a strange kind of question, isn't it? Because realistically, if we look at this here, there isn't that much else wrong with this particular image. So if you are going to choose another image, you want to choose an image that's got a lot of things right with it, but just these little imperfections. You might choose more than just a 6th finger. So what makes this image almost right? And then students might talk about, well, both humans on this have got 2 eyes each. They've both got a nose. They've both got a mouth. The pancakes look real. Often they do focus on the pancakes, maybe because they look kind of delicious. So we get this idea that they will talk about things that are almost right. I've had some quite interesting answers around this, like even the background looks as if it's authentic. And then we'll get into this second question. But before we get into the second question, I will often give them the reason as to why I've asked that question. What I'll talk about is the fact that when we talk about generative AI, we tend to focus on the flaws. We tend to be critical about the little things it gets wrong, but we don't focus on most of the things it gets right. I will also talk about the fact that it's generative. And being generative, that means it's supposed to be creative. That's what generative means. So being creative means that it's going to try and invent new things or different things, and sometimes they won't make sense. That doesn't really apply to the 6th finger. There is something going on there that makes it a bit strange. But getting things to be precise, or getting it to do exactly the things you want it to do by specific instructions, is not really in the nature of generative AI. It's more of a creative tool. So you've got to expect things differently. And if they start to think like that, then perhaps they might start to use it differently than they will use a Google search, for instance, or something like that. In the second question, are there any times when this would be useful or right? Now, that's an interesting question. So what I'm asking is that are there any times where having 6 fingers or featuring 6 fingers in an image would be useful or right? It's a tough question, often one that students struggle with. Now, they will come up with some bizarre answers. They might talk about, well, you wanted to create an image with somebody with 6 fingers or somebody with a disability or whatever you were trying to feature in this. But what that question's really getting at is the idea that you might be trying to do something more creative or do something different, or get them to think about applications where 6 fingers might be an appropriate representation. So that last question, I wouldn't expect some great answers from that, but it'd be interesting to see what students say. But just positioning that thought around that there may be times when you want AI to do that generative work to produce something different. And we can't always assume that what is an imperfection is actually an imperfection. It may be something that we've intended or we've wanted something different, and that's an idea it's come up with. Explaining that 6 fingers or polydactyly, if I've said this correctly, actually exists, then we can actually start to go like, well, this is a condition that some people are born with. I wouldn't position this as a disability. It's just something that some people are born with. Not many people, but more people than you think. And it's always interesting to ask if anybody knows somebody with 6 fingers or some sort of different feature than the norm, physical feature that they're born with. Okay, so understanding that this actually exists for some people, having more fingers than the average person, can be an interesting conversation in themselves. But now we get into the activity or the next part of this game show where we can start to talk about 6 fingers in context. So what I want to do in this particular activity is get students again in those group dynamics where I'm getting them to try and discuss or try and think of ideas around a contextual scenario. So I've given you 2 there. I will often produce about 5 or 6 depending on how many groups you go. I've got a historical concept and a technology concept, and I want them to discuss in groups where that 6 finger could apply and what they think about that, critique that, and get ready to talk about those kinds of things. So you could just give them the title, a history or religious context. You could give them a technology and AI context and not give them the descriptions below. So that top one there, in some ancient cultures and religious stories, extra digits were considered signs of power or divinity. This means that 6-fingered image could be seen as representing something special or sacred. So that's the kind of ideas you want them to come up with. That's an example. So you could give that as an example, but they have to come up with something else, or you could just give the title and they would have to come up with this. So that idea there is to get them to position themselves in a particular context, and they've got to think of when would 6 fingers be appropriate, or what could it represent, or how could it be used in this particular context. So going back to that question, are there any times when this would be useful or right? So if it's a technology context, it could be putting something together like a robot and giving it 5 fingers. Is that really the best? The human beings actually adapted for all scenarios or best equipped for all scenarios? I'm sure sometimes having an extra finger would actually be more useful. Having less fingers. Just think of the way certain animals climb trees, for instance, with their hands and their feet, and they've got longer toes or more digits or less digits, those kinds of scenarios. So it's getting those thoughts and those discussions and that debate going on in their groups, again, to think of the application of technology within context. The context is really important. So after this activity, not only will I've gone through some of those discussions we just talked about then, again, I'll be bringing students back to the point of context is really important in AI. Giving context when you're using a chatbot, for instance, is really important, because if you don't tell it your age or your particular skill level or your particular knowledge level, then it may go too advanced in the way it talks. If you don't talk about the fact that you're in a particular country there and you're talking about teaching and learning, it may go into a different curriculum that you don't understand or that's not applicable to you. So context is really important. But context is also important when you're trying to get it to create images or you're trying to get it to imagine, because if it doesn't understand the context, it's going to be what we call vanilla, or it's going to guess. So it's going to be very, very bland. So context is a really, really important thing. So if students don't understand actually what context is, you may need to go into getting them to understand what that word means. And effectively, we're talking about setting the scene. We're giving it description. We're giving it some specific ideas around what you're trying to achieve. And that's really important when we work with generative AI. If we know what we're trying to achieve by the end of it, or we've got some really clear ideas of the way we want particular things to go, then we can give those instructions to whatever tools we're using to generate things that are actually more useful to us. So again, a valuable activity. Again, it's one way you can go around the groups and get involved in their discussions and see what they're saying. I will also put up some visual examples, as you can see on the slide there, where we've got a kangaroo with wings, and we've also got a robot there going for an interview with a human, which often sparks discussions. And then we've got actually the picture there of somebody working down a mine, and that was a bring your baby to work day. And then lastly, we've got Shakespeare as a rapper. So this is a good way to sum things up, because sometimes being wrong can lead to new ideas. So that idea of having that 6 fingers might be actually something you've never thought of if you were talking about technology, if you were in a religious context, whatever context you want to put forward as a scenario. So this idea of a perfect hand or 5 fingers being the perfect hand, well, not necessarily so, depending on the context of what you're talking about. So lastly, that can bring us back to this whole idea of, does AI have to be accurate? And I've already talked about this. The idea of accuracy, or what we perceive as accuracy, is actually something that you've got to be careful of with AI. If you are looking for something that's accurate, then you need to be checking for accuracy, don't you? So there's another skill that they need to be doing. So far, we've had a number of skills or a number of responsible, ethical ways of using AI. Checking for accuracy is another one. But whether it has to be accurate, precise, giving you the exact information that's intended, that could be about sources, that can be about data work, whatever, calculations. Well, that depends, doesn't it? But checking for accuracy is important when it's important. Checking for what you want, well, number one, you're going to have to give the right information to have a better chance of getting what you want. But ultimately, it depends on what you need the tool to do and how you use the particular technology. So that in itself is a good point to end it on. Now, I've given you a whole series of activities here that could form one lesson if you rush through this. I would do this over a couple of lessons, depending on your lesson length, maybe about an hour and a half, 45 minutes each. You could split this up in different ways. You could add things, subtract things. But I hope what you're seeing here is the idea of immersing students in these activities gets all the discussion and the collaboration, but it gives you the chance to expose them to ways that they need to be thinking and particular skills and dispositions they need to have, and gets them into open discussion about generative AI. Don't expect to have all the answers. Don't be worried if students put you on the spot and they challenge you with particular things that they bring that you don't have the answer to. That's okay to talk about the fact that you don't know that, or that's an interesting point. You'll have a look into that, or perhaps they can tell you about that. Don't forget, there will be some students who are actively using this technology, perhaps more than you will. The last thing I will say is this: during one particular instance of doing this game show, we got into an open discussion with students. One of the teachers in the room actually stopped the activity by asking the students, I can sense that some people have got some fear in the room. This is what she said. Would anybody like to talk about their fears about AI? A bunch of year sixes, nearly all of them put their hand up. We had some really interesting feedback, some interesting points made by students about their fears about AI, and we were able to address some of them. It also changed my way of thinking about what students are actually fearing in the short term and the long term. Perhaps they're fearing about the environment or loss of jobs, those kinds of things. So allowing them to have that open discussion in respect of where AI is going and how it's affecting them is also valuable as well. I hope this has been helpful to you, and feel free to adapt the resources I give you, and implement this in the way that you choose. This active discussion, these ethical debates, philosophical, ethical, critical, and creative thinking, all of these elements go into harnessing something which is ultimately very, very powerful and dominating a lot of discourse around education at the moment. So it's really important that we do this activity as well as the hands-on show me how to use this tool and developing resources around the use of AI. Thanks a lot. Bye.
Our next instructor is Philip Alcock, a specialist in project-based learning and educational technology. Philip will show how project-based learning can help students engage with AI in active, meaningful ways, through making, reflecting, and solving real problems.
Hi everyone, my name is Philip Alcock. I'd like to introduce you to this wonderful course. Really, I want you to step back a little bit about school systems and think about the choice that we make when we design a course. This course will actually take you through a different way of looking at AI through project-based learning. And I want you to really think that perhaps we need to build classrooms where we're not trying to fit everyone into a box, but we're trying to build classrooms that enable great things to happen. And I believe with AI and project-based learning, we can create an ethical educational framework. Please enjoy my course. Thank you so much. What are we building for? We built a system that works perfectly. AI has automated exactly what we designed it to automate. Now we choose, what do we want to build next? I believe this is more than an AI question. It's a design question. And design is a moral choice. Think, what are we actually solving for? Not how do we implement faster? To begin from an ethical perspective, before you add the tool, you must ask, what problem are you solving? Every rubric you've written, every way you've organized a classroom, every assignment you've designed, those were choices. Good choices, probably, but choices, which means they can be different choices. The predictable, narrow system you designed, it's predictable and narrow by design. When you then say, but some students can't fit, that's not a student problem. That's the design problem that you made. And the ethical question is, do you want to keep making it? So look at these two classrooms. Same assignment. One student completes the task. The AI handles the thinking. One student thinks, the AI helps them iterate. Look at what's visible. Who's doing what? We see the left side of compliance. Student receives the task. AI generates the solution. Student submits. Student passes. The thinking is invisible. The AI does it. The student watches. If we look at the right side of agency, student's messy thinking. AI clarifies in questions. Student refines. Student decides. AI questions more. The thinking is visible. The student does it. John Hattie noted in Visible Learning 2009, updated in 2015, that the most effective teaching doesn't hide learning. It makes thinking visible so students can think about their thinking, which is metacognition. He found that feedback loops, where students see their own thinking process, have the highest impact on learning. The compliance model hides the thinking. The agency model exposes it. Design shows and outcome proves. This isn't an accident. This design creates this outcome. You don't retrofit inclusion into a system like this. The system is the exclusion. Jenny Oakes, in Keeping Track, 1985, her groundbreaking study showed that classroom tracking systems don't remediate. They reproduce inequality by design, not by accident, but by intention. Once you sort students into can handle ambiguity and need structure, the system maintains that sorting. She proved the design choice to have different tracks creates the outcome of different students, not the other way around. Paulo Freire, in the Pedagogy of the Oppressed in 1970, distinguished between the banking model, depositing knowledge into passive recipients, and the liberatory model, people becoming subjects of their own learning. Both are design choices. A compliance system is banking by design. So what gets lost? When AI does the thinking, students never practice observing their own mind. David A. Kolb, Experiential Learning, 1984. The learning cycle requires do, reflect, abstract, experiment, do again. If AI does the do part, the whole cycle breaks. You can't reflect on something you didn't do. Kay Anderson, Peak 2016. Deliberate practice creates expertise. The practice must include struggle, failure, adjustment, struggle again. Remove struggle and you remove the pathway to expertise. This is especially true for neurodivergent expertise, which often requires deep practice within narrow domains. To be ethical with AI and instructional design, you're not inventing something new. You're returning to something old. If we have a look at the visual here, we can see the Kilpatrick 1918, the project method. William Hurd Kilpatrick proposed that learning should be organized around projects that matter, not subject boundaries. He was responding to factory model schooling over 100 years ago. His insight, if you ask students to do the real work, they learn real thinking. Then we come into the middle of John Dewey, learning by doing. John Dewey, at the center of this diagram, believed education should be experiential. I hear and I forget. I see and I remember. I do and I understand. He didn't mean busy work. He meant authentic engagement with real problems. Different minds engage through doing different ways. Kinesthetic learners need movement. Visual learners need to see patterns. Autistic kids need systemic depth. Dyslexic kids need hands-on exploration. But they all learn through doing, not through receiving. Bruner in the 1960s, learning through discovery. Jerome Bruner argued that students should discover principles, not be told them. Discovery equals struggle plus insight. He was clear. The active process of discovery is the best teacher. Again, neurodiversity lens. Discovery looks different for different minds. From Kilpatrick to now, there's one consistent finding. When students engage with real problems that matter to them, learning deepens. So who decides? The fundamental design choice in compliance systems, the teacher decides. In agency systems, students decide. As you look at the left, there's a teacher in the center with arrows pointing to the students. All information is flowing from the teacher. The teacher is the sole authority on what's correct. And if you have a look at the right, is the student-centered, the student in the center. Pathways are going in multiple directions. Teachers are guides, resources, questioners. Losing control feels dangerous, but you haven't lost control. You've shifted it from I decide what's right to I decide the conditions where thinking matters, and that's more powerful. Amy Kamarian, who did some PBL research with the University of Michigan, states that decades of research show when students have agency, choice in how they approach problems, what counts as success, learning outcomes improve, particularly for students who've been told their thinking is wrong. Herb Cole, in The Discipline of Hope, 2003, on the refusal to learn, that many students don't underperform because they can't, they underperform because they've been told their way of thinking doesn't count. When the system shifts to value their thinking, they often shift overnight. This is especially true for neurodivergent students who've internalized, my brain isn't broken. Partner or a shortcut? Same tool, radically different uses. One really doesn't do a lot of benefit for thinking in a linear way. One enhances it if used in a good way. As we see in the left side, there's a student task, ChatGPT output, student submits. I know it's not that simple, but if you think of it as a simple workflow, the incentive structure says get it done. AI becomes a shortcut. Students' thinking is bypassed. This is what everyone fears about AI in school. If you look at the partner in a PBL system, the student's messy notes and research, AI can clarify, student can question, AI can ask them questions about it, AI can question more, they can ask questions. That's an iteration loop. Here, AI makes thinking visible so the student can think about their thinking. The ethical difference: in the left system, AI is a lie. The student submits someone else's work. In the right system, AI is transparent. The student's thinking becomes clearer and they can improve it. Tristan Harris and Aza Raskin from the Center of Humane Technology note that a tool is ethical or unethical based on how it affects human agency. Does it enhance your ability to make choices, or does it replace your choice making? AI used as a shortcut reduces agency. AI used as a thinking partner enhances it. Carl Newport notes, on distraction and tools, tools are amplifiers. They amplify what you're trying to do. If you're trying to avoid thinking, they help you avoid it faster. If you're trying to think deeply, they help you do that. The tool isn't the issue, your intention is. So, you don't need permission to start. You don't need a district mandate. You don't need approval. You can start right now inside the compliance system. Of course, check these things with your leadership. But what I'm saying is, these are some things you can start thinking about. These are some things that you can start considering for your own classroom. So there's 4 boxes here. In box 1, you take 1 unit. Just pick one thing, even one subject, one project, one assignment, and turn it into a problem and see how the students will try to solve that problem. In box 2, you can make AI decisions explicit. When you're really talking about it and scaffolding it and teaching the students how you're using it to make the choice visible. What am I going to use AI for in my own design? Box 3, assess process, not just the product. So that could be a show me your drafts, show me what changed and why, show me your thinking. This takes 10 minutes to set up. It's easy to ask AI for process-based assessments based on your normal product as well. And box 4, you can let neurodivergent students teach you. This is the observation point. What works for the kids who don't fit standard pedagogy? Document it. What am I seeing about how they think when the system gets out of their way? So why neurodivergent students? They'll tell you immediately if the system doesn't work. They can't mask it as well as neurotypical students who often perform compliance even when disengaged. So their feedback is honest and immediate. Let's look at 2 systemic outcomes. On the left side, compliance reproduces inequality. We see the funnel diagram showing the entry that students go into the top. And as you can see, some students are filtered out. Filtered left as non-standard, filtered down as special ed. The bottom shows the homogeneous outcome. Only successful students look the same. The system reproduces the same type of success, filters out difference. As you can see on the right side, reasoning creates space. Multiple pathways shown as winding roads leading to diverse outcomes, not always successful, all different, all sophisticated. The bottom line, the system reproduces the same few types of success, but reasoning creates space for different types of success. PBL doesn't fix all systemic inequality, but it does stop this specific mechanism of reproduction. For me, real inclusion isn't about rhetoric, it's about system design that doesn't need to filter because different thinking is legitimately valuable. That's why you're building when you move to reasoning. So this is a vision slide. I just want to take a little moment and have a think about how this might look in your own classroom. This is what it looks like when different minds work together on something that matters. At the left front, we can see the ADHD student at a computer, hyper-focused, designing visual interface for their prototyping tool. In the left middle, we see the autistic student at the wall with a systems diagram mapping relationships between components. At the left back, the teacher, visible, facilitating, asking questions, checking in. At the center, a group discussion. At the right front, a dyslexic student leading visual design, showing layouts and spatial relationships. At the right middle, a student conducting user research, interviewing community members. At the right back, the student analyzing data and creating visualizations. No one is doing busy work. Everyone is doing their sophisticated thinking. So this is the evidence side. This is when, to me, learning gets very interesting. And this is what happens when thinking matters to real audiences. Here we can see some students presenting a water filtration system to engineers, NGO representatives, and city planners. Authentic audience, real stakes. What's visible here? If we just have a look, we can see the students are authoritative. They did the work. They know more than anyone in the room about their solution. Different students lead different parts. You may have one student talking about the design, another student talking about the analytical data. You may have another student talking about implementation and challenges. Real questions will come from the stakeholders and will make it purposeful. Students defending and refining their thinking in real time, not revision for a grade, but for credibility. So what comes next? 3 possible futures. 1 right turn. We built the first system. We built the first system really well. We can build the next one. The future of learning depends on the design choices that we make now. The real issue is that we designed education for compliance in the first place. You can't solve the AI ethics problem without first addressing the system's design. The question you ask determines what AI becomes. AI is a tool. It will do what we ask it to do. If we ask it to automate thinking, it will. If we ask it to help students think deeper about work that matters, it will do that too. The ethics aren't in the tool. They're in the choice of how we use it, to use it with purpose. When you choose to design for reasoning instead of compliance, you're making a statement. I believe all the different ways human minds work are valuable. I believe the divergence is an asset. I believe that we need different thinking. I believe your way of thinking matters. Let that sit. Thank you so much.
Next is Dr. Constantine Andoniu, a researcher in human development and education at Abu Dhabi University. Constantine explores how AI is reshaping childhood development and what responsible adults should consider as AI becomes part of children's everyday world.
We want a clear practical guidance, not just an abstract theory, on how AI is reshaping learning. Over the past 2 years, AI has quietly but powerfully entered our classrooms, our students' daily habits, and even their identity formation. Many educators feel unsure how to respond. Should we allow it, limit it, ignore it, or redesign around it? Today's presentation will help make sense of this moment and offer actionable ideas you can use immediately. You will see how AI is changing the way students think, the kind of work they submit, and what learning looks like. We will focus on what you can do to guide students, protect learning quality, support student well-being, and rebuild assessment in ways that feel fair and realistic. This is not about becoming AI experts. It is about becoming confident educators in an AI normal world. Why this moment matters. Many teachers across K-12 and higher education report the same shift. Student work looks smoother, faster, more polished, but often less personal and less revealing of thinking. Students themselves feel torn. They appreciate how AI helps them express ideas, but many also feel unsure about what is allowed and whether they are still learning the right way. This is why the moment matters. AI is not simply a piece of software to be managed. It is becoming part of the environment. Children grow up in it. It influences how they read, write, think, make decisions, and shape identity. If we continue teaching as if this is 2018, we will misguide what students know and misunderstand what they struggle with. Instead of resisting reality, we can guide students to use AI wisely, responsibly, and thoughtfully. Our job is not to ban AI, nor to surrender to it. It is to help students stay human in an AI-rich world. So what teachers are seeing everywhere? You're not imagining it. Something fundamental has shifted. What used to take student hours, like brainstorming, structuring, drafting, is now available in seconds. Does not mean students are less capable. It means they are navigating new cognitive shortcuts that did not exist before. Many students actually feel anxious. What if I use AI the wrong way? What if my teacher thinks I did not do anything? Others feel pressure to produce project perfect work because they assume everyone else is using AI. Teachers, meanwhile, are placed in a difficult position, and this is because they're expected to judge learning from assignments that may no longer reflect what students truly know. The key message is that this is not a discipline issue or a motivation issue. It is a new learning ecosystem. Recognizing this helps us shift from frustration to problem solving. Students need guidance, not punishment, and teachers need new ways to see learning beyond the surface level final product. So, how AI changes learning? Let's simplify what AI really does. It does not think. It rearranges patterns in language, but because it produces fluent, confident responses, students often assume that fluency equals understanding. This is where problems arise. If students get explanations that seem clear, they may never realize what they do not understand. They skip the productive struggle that builds reasoning skills. The risk is not that students will cheat. The risk is that they will stop learning how to think through uncertainty. Many students now use AI for brainstorming, structuring, refining, or even generating whole drafts. As educators, our role shifts from gatekeeper to guide. We help students slow down, question the AI, and notice where their own judgment is needed. AI can support learning, but only when humans bring meaning, context, values, and insight. So, what students need most right now is, let's talk about. When students talk honestly about AI, they often reveal confusion and anxiety. Many want to do the right thing, they just don't know what the rules are. Others feel embarrassed to admit they used AI because they think it means they cheated, even when they didn't. Students need clarity, but they also need emotional reassurance that their minds still matter. When we focus on their decision making rather than whether a paragraph sounds AI generated, we build a healthier learning environment. Giving students clear examples, like this is helpful AI use, this is harmful AI use, gives them confidence. Most importantly, students need to be reminded that AI does not replace learning. They still need to evaluate, interpret, and make choices. They need to understand when the AI is wrong and why the human judgment matters. Teachers play a key role in helping them rediscover the value of their own thinking. So, rethinking teaching is what about staying human. It can be tempting to ask, if AI can explain everything, what is left for teachers to do? The answer is almost everything that really matters in education. AI can produce words, but it cannot guide a child through frustration, help a teenager make sense of their identity, or support a university student navigating self-doubt. It cannot read the room, understand culture, or interpret tone. It cannot build trust or inspire curiosity. AI gives information, teachers give meaning. AI answers teachers, AI gives structure. The teachers help the students grow. The more AI becomes normal, the more students will need adults who can teach discernment, who can say, slow down, why do you think this? What matters here? What do you want to say? In an AI-saturated world, human connection is not less important. It becomes the anchor that keeps learning authentic. So here are some practical teaching tips that help immediately. Small adjustments can make a big difference. When we ask students to explain how they reached the conclusion or why they chose a certain approach, we shift their attention back to their own mind. When they compare their work to AI's work, they begin to notice what AI misses: context, nuance, lived experience. This builds critical thinking naturally. Encouraging students to think first and use AI later helps them avoid overdependence. But the most effective strategy is simple. Include low-stakes, short, in-class thinking moments. These are the AI free zone, not because AI is banned, but because we want to see the students' raw thinking. AI is banned, but because we want to see the students' raw thinking. The goal is not surveillance, it is connection. These activities build teacher insight, strengthen student agency, and help students rediscover their own voice. None of these strategies require new technology, new curriculum, or special training. They simply require intentionality. So how AI affects assessment? Assessment is where the biggest disruption has happened. Traditionally, we evaluated the final product, a report, essay, project, or solution, as evidence of student thinking. But AI can now produce highly polished work without the student engaging deeply. This does not mean students are cheating. It means the assignment structure no longer reveals thinking. Teachers can no longer assume that clean writing or well-organized answers reflect true understanding. Students are also navigating fear. If I use AI responsibly, will my teachers think I didn't do anything? This emotional burden further complicates assessment. The solution is not punishment or reliance on AI detectors. Those tools are inaccurate and create mistrust. Instead, we shift assessment toward student decisions, explanations, drafts, conversations, small steps, and reflections. When we assess the process, not just the product, we regain visibility into learning and reduce the student anxiety. So what assessments can look like now? Assessment does not need to be reinvented. You just need new windows into learning. When we add brief explanations, here's why I structure it this way. Here's why I changed, what I changed. We hear the students' actual reasoning. When assignments happen in small checkpoints, we see their progression. Quick in-class activities reveal how they think without AI. Asking students to tell us how they used AI removes fear and builds honesty. Most importantly, emphasizing growth over perfection reduces the pressure that pushes students to rely on AI excessively. These approaches do not create extra grading, they create clarity. They help teachers understand what the student actually knows and help students understand how to use AI as a partner, not as a replacement. The aim is fairness and insight, a system where students are not punished for using modern tools, but are guided to think deeply and responsibly. So how do you support students' emotional experience with AI? And this is important. AI is not only a technical issue, it is an emotional issue. Students worry that if they don't use AI, their work will not look good enough compared to others. They also worry that if they do use AI, the teacher may think they cheated. This emotional tug of war can harm confidence and motivation. By talking openly about AI, giving clear guidelines, and making space for questions, we help students feel safe. When students know my teacher cares about my thinking, not catching me, they engage more honestly. They become more willing to reflect on how AI affects their learning. Many students already feel that their natural writing or thinking is inferior to AI. Our job as teachers is to remind them that human thinking, messy, creative, emotional, uncertain, is irreplaceable. Supporting their emotional experience is just as important as teaching the technical do's and don'ts. So teachers don't need to be AI experts. One of the biggest misconceptions is that teachers must now become AI specialists. This is simply not true. You do not need to understand how the algorithm works or how to write prompts like a data scientist. You only need to understand how AI shows up in student behavior and how to guide students towards healthy, thoughtful use. Students already use AI. Your role is to help them reflect, interpret, and make responsible choices. In fact, the most effective AI era, teachers are not the ones who master every tool. They are the ones who ask good questions, create supportive environments, and focus on the thinking behind the work. The human skills of teaching, like empathy, insight, communication, encouragement, remain the foundation. Your value as an educator has not decreased, it has increased. Because students now need humans, we can help them stay human. Here are some practical classroom examples. These examples show how simple it is to integrate AI into learning without losing authenticity. In literature, for example, the question is not write an essay, but how does your interpretation differ from AI's and why? In science, students can evaluate AI-generated explanations to detect missing details. In math, they can analyze whether AI followed the correct reasoning path. In history, they can identify whose voices AI includes or excludes. In business, they can localize an AI-generated plan, adding cultural or community knowledge that AI lacks. These assignments do not prevent AI use. They use AI as a learning object. Students become evaluators, interpreters, and decision makers rather than passive recipients. Most importantly, these tasks surface the unique human strengths AI cannot provide, and these are judgment, context, values, and lived experience. So, what schools and universities should do? Institutions often respond to AI with bans, restrictions, or vague statements. But what teachers really need is clarity, support, and practical strategy. AI literacy should be built into everyday learning rather than treated as a specialty topic. Students need to learn how AI works, where it fails, and how to use it responsibly across all disciplines. Schools should also move away from high-stakes, one-shot assessments that no longer reflect real learning. Teachers need time to collaborate, experiment, and redesign tasks, not just more pressure. And critically, institutions must cultivate trust. Over-reliance on detection tools harms students and teachers alike. A culture of honesty, reflection, and openness helps everyone navigate AI responsibly. When institutions lead with clarity and compassion, teachers feel empowered, and teachers feel safe to learn. And what does this mean for the future of teaching? The fear that AI might replace teachers misunderstands what teaching really is. Teaching has never been about delivering information. It has always been about shaping minds, supporting growth, helping young people to make sense of the world. As AI becomes more common, teachers' relational and interpretive roles become more important, not less. We will spend less time correcting grammar and more time helping students reason, evaluate, and reflect. Students will need us to teach them how to be discerning, ethical, thoughtful digital citizens who understand how to work with AI without losing themselves. Teaching becomes more creative, more interactive, and more focused on the core of learning, that is human judgment. The future of education is not AI-driven, it's human-guided. So closing, our responsibility to the students, remember that AI is not the center of education, the students are. Our goal is not to outsmart the technology or control every use of it. Our goal is to help students learn how to think, how to question, how to make decisions, and how to become responsible, compassionate adults. AI will evolve rapidly, but students will always need guidance, structure, and care. They will need adults who help them manage anxiety, navigate choice, and feel proud of their own minds. And this is our responsibility and our privilege. When we teach students how to stay human in an AI world, we give them more than skills. We give them strength, clarity, and agency. The future is not written yet, and educators play a powerful role in shaping it. Thank you for all the work you do.
Our next instructor is İlkem Kayican Dipçin. With more than 20 years of experience, İlkem is an award-winning educator, trainer, and AI-supported learning science specialist. In this session, she shares classroom-ready, developmentally appropriate approaches for working with AI-related topics with children ages 6 to 11.
Hi everyone, welcome to my training. I'm İlkem and I'm from Turkey originally, but I am now in Utrecht, Netherlands, because I have a startup and we are building AI-powered learning design platform. And of course, I have been doing teaching, training, and researching a lot for the last 15 years. But for the last 4 years, I have intensively been in the world of AI because I'm researching, I am supervising other research, I'm teaching about it, and I have been designing different educational and corporate trainings for professionals how to understand AI and how to use it effectively, ethically, and responsibly. And in this training, as part of AI literacy curriculum by KidsAI, I'll be sharing what I have found effective that you, fellow colleagues, can use in your classrooms instantly. So that's why I planned a very practical, hands-on training for you today. And we are going to together explore 5 tools that you can use on Monday morning with your students. And in order to make it a little bit more practical and interactive, sometimes I might be asking you just to, take your time, think about something, and then we can move on. And also I prepared demos that I tried with some of these tools. So if you are ready, let's start. So let me share my presentation with you so that we can go through that together. From my title, I chose those 5 tools after researching for a long time because I want you to maybe make this AI accessible to our young learners or with your students, because we are in the world of AI, which is sometimes can seem very easy, but in the background, complex, revolutionary, transformational, and also life-changing idea that have been, integrating into our lives bit by bit every day. So let's look at those tools and you will decide which one fits well to your classroom so that AI might become a less complex phenomena for our students who are young learners. And after, my research, I decided, I had a criteria and I decided these tools because they are free or nearly free. You'll see, because you might have credits at least to use free for some time. It just works for tomorrow in your classrooms. And these are age appropriate, which is another crucial criteria for us. And the most significant, they are privacy compliant, so ethically suitable. And these are proven in real schools because they have been used and they have use cases. So if you are ready, we are going to start to talk about how to use these tools with your students, no theory included, and just practical suggestions in this training. Let me start with this global education movement, because as you are now watching this training, that means you are part of a global AI education movement, which means, as you can see from the world map, I just, tried to gather some important regions who already integrated AI into their national curriculum, or they are trying to make it part of their national curriculum. It has been getting serious in the education. So rather than some scattered and unstructured exploration, it has becoming the reality of education in some big and large important regions around the world. So either you are living in one of those countries that already make AI as part of their curriculum, or if you are living in a country that is exploring it, or individually you might be very interested as a teacher, I am sure the tools that I will be sharing and how to use them will be practical for you and safe for your young learners and works in any classroom. And why on earth someone who is living in, EU is talking about this AI? Already EU has many concerns about AI in education, in use of AI. Why on earth I am with you today? Because I want you to also communicate the global context in terms of EU AI Act, as I am living practically with this now. So we can say that the region that has always taken the most serious steps about regulating AI has been just European Union. So that's why, as you can see, when you see unacceptable risk, just do not really maybe be concerned about it a lot, because of course, in this graphic, you might see that this is kind of a scale that we might find the right balance of which tool will be safe for our kids and for the students that we work with. So here, as you see, don't worry about it, because transparency, data protection, and human oversight here means that this EU AI Act is here to protect the students from the harmful uses of AI, which means, as we have been using a lot of different common tools, like maybe Gemini, ChatGPT, and as they are already being used in European Union, that means to some extent we can be sure the safety about those tools. So that's why please make sure that EU AI Act has higher safety standards, and that means better tools for your students. If the tool that you choose is allowed to be used with kids in European Union, that means it is safe. At least for now, we are sure about that. And most AI tools, they must comply with EU standards to be available in European countries. As you know, after this very brief setting the background and the context, I want you to think about which tools have you already tried with the students that you work in your classroom? Or maybe you at least planned to use with your students. I'm asking this because I just would like to know if the tools that I will introduce, have you ever maybe experienced using one of them? So you can also compare how were you using it if you used, and now maybe this training will introduce a different use of it with your students, or I hope it's going to enhance it. So these tools that I, research and find that would be really practical and safe and useful to use in your classrooms are AI Unplugged, Teachable Machine, and Scratch with the machine learning for kids, a Day of AI, and Code. So all free, all Monday ready, and all privacy compliant. I just would like you to look at that very quickly and think about it. Have you used any of them before? Let's start with tool one. This is AI Unplugged, and there is a reason why they call it unplugged, because zero technology needed. It's a perfect starting point. I mean, I'm sure in part of this AI literacy curriculum training by KidsAI, you might have another training that talks about how AI works. Actually, what is the algorithm or the programming behind AI that we can use it as the last user without knowing any code. So that's how AI Unplugged with printed sheets, old school, even you might choose not to have any digitalization here. You can use it as a perfect starting point to tell the students how they can picture in front of their eyes that the AI is trained. So this is for, all primary school age group can use it. It's 100% free. You can just set it up in 5 minutes, and in 20 minutes, 30 minutes activities, it's hands-on and it's a group work. And in the next part of the video, I will be showing you a demo how you can use AI Unplugged in your classroom and start a discussion about how AI is trained so that we can get the result out of an AI model. Also, you can very quickly scan the QR code and access it. Our second tool is Teachable Machine, which is developed by Google, and so it's Google Teachable Machine, and it is appropriate for ages 8 and 11, and at the same time, it's totally cost-free. There is no need for the setup, and very important because it is a visual AI training activity program. Your visuals do not stay in the in the cloud computer, but it's just in the it's in the local computer. So we can say that this is a great way of teaching or maybe visualizing, letting the kids visualize, the students understand how AI can be trained with visuals. Let's think about that way. Let's say that you are teaching your own artificial intelligence model how to understand that something is a cat. So in order to let it understand that, you need to train it with thousands of different cat images. And to understand this, it goes through all these images and understand the different features of a cat. And also you need to give a dog so it can understand the difference between cat and a dog. So that is how the kids, the students understand with Google Teachable, so they can train their own visual AI training machine. So here there are some classroom ideas that I prepare for you. And we can say that you can think about some emotion detectors for stories while you are working on the stories, or you can maybe while playing, you can talk, or think about some games, about gesture-controlled games with your students. So, of course, we say that a Google Teachable Machine is much more suitable with teacher monitoring with the ages of 6 to 8. And we can say that there is our second tool is Google Teachable Machine. And here you are seeing a very practical tool that you can teach your students hands-on and practical AI training algorithm understanding. Because as you know, especially if you are training an artificial intelligence model to understand visuals, images, you need to train it with thousands of the same images to teach it that it is, for example, a cat. So if you want your model to understand that an image is a cat, you should train it with thousands of images with the cat. So here, just with Teachable Machine, you can, or your students can definitely make some experiments like it's an AI laboratory and train this AI with their visuals. So it's very important to know that it's, I mean, of course, completely free and you don't need to any setup. And most importantly, the data stays on the local computer because it's very important to work with the images, especially with the visuals of the students. And that's why here it's so important that it is also compliant with privacy regulations. And there are a lot of ideas that you can use with Google Teachable Machine. You can think about emotion detectors for stories because it's visual. You can maybe walk through some different emotions and the visual of faces. And there might be games. I mean, it's, you know, the sky is the limit when it is about creativity. Your students might come up with different ideas when they use Teachable Machine, when you show it. So they can maybe try to and play some gesture controlled games. At the same time, for some kind of younger student group with the teacher facilitating, you can train the AI model with a happy and face recognition. You know, today in the customer satisfaction or in the customer relations, they use sentiment analysis a lot, especially in the chatbots. And here, you will definitely see it real time. You will show it real time to your students how AI can detect happy and sad face. Also, you can maybe talk about hand shapes identification, and they can play with classroom objects. So like a school bag or a desk, you know. So as I say, it depends on how you want to manage it and how you maybe create a game with that model. And I will definitely have another demo that how can use Teachable Machine with a very mini project that you can have in the classroom. So of course, after you use that, this can be an entire lesson plan that you can talk with the students because we can understand that. And of course, we have been hearing the same that when you are training an AI model, it's very important to keep in mind that it has its own risks, like algorithm bias, and we need to show it as a critical thinking or as kind of a discussion. So in order to introduce a discussion after you assign a game or an activity with Google Teachable Machine, you can ask students, what if I only showed the AI pictures of myself? After that, would it work for your classmate? Which means if I train the AI model with all the same visual, it might not be working with another example. So we should understand that only one person means AI won't work for others. If you train AI with one skin tone, AI fails on the other skin tones. And, one lightning condition, AI fails in different lightning. So, and about language, AI, if you train AI only in English or only in one language, AI can't understand the other languages. So we can try to introduce the idea of artificial intelligence and how it works by just maybe pressing on the critical buttons, like AI learns from the data it sees. It doesn't know the data that it doesn't see. And there is always a limited data because we are now talking about narrow AI, and there are missing perspectives when you train it with a particular data. So there would be biased results. So this is how maybe you can teach algorithmic bias to 9-year-olds. And let's move on with this, third tool that we are going to talk about. And maybe most of your students might have already heard about Scratch. However, now I'll show you something different, because when Scratch is integrated and used with machine learning for kids, it has become a very nice way of using AI with kids and, of course, teaching it in a context. So it's about building AI-powered projects. So this tool, machine learning for kids and Scratch, it works with, again, the ages 9 to 11. It's completely free, but it needs to have, free IBM Cloud account, because actually it's kind of a their project. So 1 hour first time, then it's reusable, so you need to set it. And the languages are also very vast, 25 plus languages. And it's very important because most of the students are, the younger students especially, because they are learning AI with Scratch especially, they would love to build up their own AI-powered projects with using machine learning for kids as well. So here, what is special especially is students train AI on chatbots and sentiments, so they build something. So that's very important. As we know, we are talking about artificial intelligence maybe disseminating into the different education levels. And as we are talking about the younger kids, it's always good to teach it through project-based, problem-based, or challenge-based learning. That's why here they will have this engagement and social emotional learning by building their own chatbots. And they, of course, train the AI about images, so they will experience the object recognition and how AI does it for other human beings. So numbers, predictions, sounds, voice commands. So it is actually a great way of working with machine learning for kids and Scratch. So we know that Scratch alone is a way or app that teaches kids coding. But when you use it with machine learning for kids alone, and it's only AI training, but when you try to bring it together, you can definitely have a lesson plan throughout that, and students code the projects powered by AI they trained. And why it matters? Because it makes AI tangible. AI, I trained this. They will definitely become a builder. I say that I have been building an AI-powered learning design platform. So that means recently there is a very important trend that allows users, for adults, using ChatGPT, Claude, and other foundational models like Gemini, we can say that as last users, our use cases are limited because we are only, just going back and forth with our conversation with all these models. Maybe you have already exhausted many use cases with this. There might be different use cases still, but in 2026 and later, it is very important to start building something, which means by using AI agents, by using low code, no code platforms. Adults and also younger kids need to understand that they are now can be the developers with the use of AI without maybe any deep knowledge for coding. So that's how you can use machine learning for kids and Scratch together. By using the blocks they build in Scratch, they might bring it to machine learning for kids and maybe create a game. So that means they will be the builder of that specific thing. And of course, they know Scratch already. It's going to be a familiar process. It creates the ownership, which is so important nowadays, as we have been hearing from the World Economic Forum and its future skills, problem solving, creative thinking, curiosity. These are all just the very important skills that they will need in the job market in the future. And of course, it teaches deep concepts like bias, training data, and limitations. So one example project that you can use with that is rock, paper, scissors game. I have an 8-year-old son, and they love this game, playing this game. And now they can digitalize it. So it's going to be maybe a great example that can train AI to recognize hand gestures from webcam, just only, rock, paper, and scissors, and they can code game logic in Scratch and play against AI they train, actually. So please try it. I am sure they will love it. At least they will try to understand and experiment. So as I say, we are now in an AI laboratory that with these tools, your students will have the chance to experiment with that. And when they see that they built, they will have this really nice feeling of achievement. Another tool, tool 4, it is code.org AI for oceans. I mean, as we know, from all the, climate change, global warming, and the, very important realities about our environment. And that is here you can find, and of course, it's a complete lesson, ready to teach, and right now. That means you can talk about the current state of oceans around the world. Either in your region, you have some examples or not. Of course, this is something like I say, content-based AI teaching. So like I have been doing it, for the last 15 years, many times that I taught content-based academic English teaching. So I guess now we are using the context-based AI teaching, and here it's with oceans. Cut.org AI for oceans aligns with sustainability goals, ocean conversation. And I think this is really important at the moment. And teaches AI ethics, what if AI makes mistakes, and zero preparation required. And here we can say that it's kind of 145-minute class period available, Arabic and all 45 languages, no accounts needed for students. And we can say that when you are using it, it is like what students do basically is learning about the training data, collect fish and trash images, train the AI model, and test if it works. And they debug mistakes. I mean, it's kind of the whole process of using AI. And what's included when you go there? The lesson plan, teacher slides, student worksheets, assessments rubric, and extension. I definitely know that we might have different audience and we might have different group of students, which makes it really important, of course, to exploit those materials. But we can see here that they're already, and it will definitely take a little bit less time than preparing a complete lesson plan from scratch. So what is the magic? When students and AI, when students and AI mistakes trash for fish, they don't fix it. Okay, so probably while they are trying to collect the trash and the fish, they might make mistakes, but don't fix it and ask, why did AI get confused? So that conversation is the lesson, because it's about the fact that AI can make mistakes. So it is an assistive tool. It can't be authoritative tool. So that's another very important message and outcome that you can really communicate with your students. And the last tool is Day of AI from MIT. So here, I mean, it's very quick. It's very clear that you will see it's reliable because it's very trusted. It has been used by 30,000 teachers use this from across, I mean, hundreds of countries, as you see. And it's an MIT developed curriculum. So we can see that you can see how do machines learn and AI in 15 minutes all together. You will see when you go there, you will definitely understand how it works. And the Day of AI will be again another experimental tool for them to understand how AI works. And especially, we know that it is a lot more challenging to find tools that are appropriate for kids because of all these risks. And here, I want to look at this table that I prepared, and you can go through them and think about which one might be suitable for your classroom that you can use tomorrow. Of course, it is not limited one tool. You can use all of them in different times. Sometimes you can even use them in any context, like an activity of an end of the classroom or end of the day activity. You can really stop here, look at the tools, and compare and decide. And I would like to make these critical reminders before you start talking about AI, teaching about AI in your classrooms. And we all know that privacy is non-negotiable. Bias is everywhere, and you can teach students to spot it so that they can understand what it means. And we know that bias and also hallucinations, that when you work with AI, it might make up some information. So we need to let or allow students to experiment it themselves. And you might ask questions like, who is missing from the AI's results? Then you get or receive an answer. Would this work the same for everyone? What data did AI learn from? Where does it come from? Because I taught high school students last summer, and they were asking, didn't the information come from the internet that AI has been giving us? So there is some confusion in their minds, and we are the people who will clear up that mess or confused information in their minds. And of course, it's very important to communicate with them that AI is not an authoritative tool. It supports, never replaces. So as I mentioned in the beginning of the training as well, AI can't replace human judgment in education. It helps us think, or it accompanies us maybe to brainstorm. It doesn't think for us. So if a student asks AI to solve every problem, it means it's relying on it too much, and it might harm their critical thinking and other soft skills. So that's harm, but not help. So we should really keep in mind that AI has this vast territory of opportunities, and we know it very well, but you don't need to be an AI expert because you are a teacher and you are already doing what are you doing in a great way. You're teaching your subject very well, but when it comes to working with AI or integrating with AI, it's just we need to be a thoughtful educator and upskill ourselves with these trainings like you are spending this time now to be a great teacher who has this awareness and understanding of AI. So I really appreciate the time that you have spent with me in this training. And I strongly recommend you, please do not limit yourself with only these 5 tools. By trying these 5 tools and experimenting with them, you can explore more. However, it might be a great idea exactly to have your own criteria in mind. I call it like, criteria of a useful AI tool. Because you know what? I mean, after AI literacy, as academic people or teachers in the education field, we also will be expected to have tool literacy, which is the coming skill that we should know which tool might be useful for my student compared to the other tool that will maybe not very helpful as the others. So I think with all this understanding and with collaboration to each other and being transparent about what we have been learning together, we are going to do this together. And I think we have got this. So thank you very much for listening to this training. I hope it was helpful. And let me just very quickly share the information that you can access me from different channels, and I am almost always available through LinkedIn. And I want to thank KidsAI for initiating this lovely AI literacy curriculum program and making making me part of it. Thank you so much, and the best of luck in your own educational journey.
Next is Dr. Sonia Tiwari, whose work connects children, creativity, technology, and learning. Sonia explores practical ways AI can augment creativity while staying anchored in child development, purpose, and responsible use.
Hi everyone, I'm Dr. Sonia Tiwari and welcome to this module of Kids AI training where we'll explore 5 ways to augment creativity for children using AI. Now, first of all, a little bit about me. I am a children's media researcher, but I started my career as a character designer in the gaming industry. I have loved making art since a very young age. I went to film school, then animation school. I love using charcoal, sketching, digital vector art, and I also volunteer at children's makerspaces, helping them understand digital fabrication tools such as 3D printing and laser cutting and making things with recycled materials. And so both as an artist, as an educator, I've been thinking about how can I use AI in a way that does not get in the way of my joy of making art, because art is a very joyful process and we want to use AI in meaningful ways. So I hope by the end of this module, you'll leave with some practical ideas to apply in whatever education settings that you support. Hi everyone, I'm Dr. Sonia Tiwari, and today we'll explore art and AI, 5 ways to augment children's creativity with AI tools. First, I'll start by sharing a little bit about my background, my positionality as a researcher. I started my career as a character designer in the gaming industry. I have 2 degrees in arts, film, and animation, and I basically spent many years trying to understand how do artists communicate emotions using different types of media, such as visual, sounds, animation, stories, etc. Then I became a learning scientist. I got a PhD in learning design and technology. I research at the Youth Lab at Stanford, and I'm personally now exploring creative augmentation, which is how do we use AI to augment our intelligence, augment our creativity instead of replacing it. And then finally, I'm also a children's media consultant, and I've been thinking about how do we create children's media that promotes these kind of foundational creative skills instead of get in the way of all the good stuff, child development, creative development. So first, let's start with this abstract concept of what is art. And I love this new book called Learning to See by Keith Sawyer. In this book, he kind of breaks down the perception of art, the perspectives about art from many different leading art and design universities across the world. And one of the main things about art is the transformation of perception. Through art, we learn to see things differently. And that's one of the most beautiful things about art. We also, as an artist, value process over the product. So sure, at the end, if the painting or a song turns out to be beautiful, that's great, but also the creation process is important to artists because it's a form of discovery, it's a form of figuring out what your vision is. It's a very nonlinear and messy process. It's not based on a template, it's not prescriptive. Then the constraints around art are actually good for artists. For example, if you give a designer or an artist some kind of project brief, paint the Sistine Chapel ceiling, that's a design brief. And then, you can be that amazing artist who creates these beautiful murals, or you can create some art installation that responds to light in different ways. It's open-ended creativity, but within the constraints of the medium or the brief. And that can really help artists get more creative. Then there's also the iterative dialogue. The artist kind of works within the scope of the material, scope of the project, and over time. So let's say you're a watercolor artist, for example. Over time, you will learn how dry paint versus wet paint or the combination or layering of these kind of paints look in watercolor. And then when you switch to something like acrylic paints, you'll notice that, oh, it's so much more opaque. So the medium itself gives you some ideas that if I'm drawing the painting like the wings of a butterfly that have some kind of translucency, I might go with watercolors. If I'm painting, some realistic detail, maybe oil paints, or if it's more graphic, opaque kind of art, then acrylic. And so the materials themselves do something for the creative process for an artist. And then in terms of the ethics, in terms of the morality, creativity at its baseline, it's very neutral. But art can be good or bad based on the intent or the context. So if you're creating deep fake images of a celebrity to discredit them, of course, that's a negative intent, negative context. But if you're creating some kind of art to honor a leader or, present it to someone for their birthday, it's like a good intention. So creativity on its own is amoral. But it can be made positive or negative. Then we move on to what is creativity, because they're so closely related terms. And again, there's another book by Keith Sawyer called Zigzag, which basically says that creativity is a very iterative, non-linear, messy process in which we kind of ask a question, we learn something, we look around, observe, we play and explore, we think about everything that has happened so far, we fuse a bunch of different ideas from different disciplines, and then we choose a path, and then we make something. So it's not sequential. All of these things happen back and forth. But in the creative process, an artist embraces ambiguity because there's no clarity upfront what's going to happen. The art kind of evolves perpetually. Even if you take any famous artist and you look at their early paintings versus, the stuff that they created towards the end of their career, there's so much progression, there's so much evolution. And artists are action oriented. Creativity is action oriented. We do more than we talk. And no experience is wasted, because in an experimentation, if you make something and you realize you like it, you don't like it, that's a data point for you. But moving forward, how do I define my own creativity? And then finally, creative augmentation. So in terms of this module, now that we're talking about AI and creativity, this is a fusion of the definitions of art and creativity that we saw. And now we are extending it to intelligence augmentation. So intelligence augmentation is a term from the human-computer interaction field, HCI, in which AI enhances human intelligence instead of replacing it. So creative augmentation is my spin on intelligence augmentation, where AI enhances human creativity instead of replacing it. If you're a researcher or if you want to read more about this study, you can check the International Journal of Designs for Learning, and I will include the article in the resources with this module. So now that we understand the basic terminology of what is art, what's creativity, what's creative augmentation, now let's move on to 5 ways to augment children's creativity with AI tools. The first one is doing something hands-on before you transform it with AI. So here's an example of a 3D model that I co-designed with my team about it's a character that's supposed to be a pencil holder. So we spent a lot of time sketching, drawing ideas of, what would this character look like? How much detail do we want? Like, do I want to add fingers, or do I want to keep it like rounded, stubby, stylized? And in what position will this character hold a pencil? Is it going to stand on its own, or is it going to have a magnet on the back? So I'll put it on the fridge. In that case, the character won't need kind of feet that can stand on a flat surface like a table, because it's suspended on the refrigerator with a magnet. So all of these creative ideations happened in a sketch form, and then we 3D modeled it. But before we sent it out to our 3D printing team for bulk manufacturing, we wanted to visualize what would it look like with our chosen color choices. And in the 3D software, sometimes it's a resource-intensive process to keep on having high resolution renders or like high-quality images of the 3D model. So we use Gemini to upload our images of the 3D models that we had created, and we asked it to create renders of, what would it look like if this character is holding a pencil? What would it look like if we used black filament, which is the ink that goes in the 3D printer? What might this thing that we designed look like? And so it really helped us with visualization. And in this case, we did not lose our creativity as an artist, because the art here is the idea of the character, is the pose, is the utility of the product, it's the fine details of which way the hat is going to point, what would be the level of details in the clothing and the fingers, what would be the expression, what would be the style of the eyes. Those are all creative decisions that we made on our own, all hands-on. And then we transformed it into a beautiful looking image using AI. Then another strategy we can use is to go beyond the template. So here's a screenshot from the app Brickit, where you can go through a library of Lego models, and then depending on whatever pieces you have, this app can give you a recommendation that, hey, you have these type of 10 pieces, here's a project you can make. And so it's a good use of AI. I'm sure like in other modules, maybe you'll see this example as well. So here's an example of a child in one of my workshops who, created the model just as described. But, within minutes, they had already started modifying it. And then in the following workshops, they created many variations, which had nothing to do with the template. So that is the goal of using AI in a creative process, that it might gently nudge you to try something, but we don't have to stick with the plan. We can add on top of it or completely abandon the plan and just be creative, free form, because there's no prescription here that if you got a recommendation by an app, your art process should follow it exactly. Another guideline is to focus on the expression, not perfection. If you're interested in reading, there's this amazing book about the expressive arts by Girija Kaimal. She's a professor at Drexel University, and she has this beautiful question at the beginning of the book that are art and creative expression essential for a good life? And that's 10 years worth of research that kind of answers that question in great detail. Short answer is yes, it is essential for a good life. But she goes into the details of like why, because the process is really important. Our personal style, our lived experience, our stories are really important. So here's a reflection question for you, that if we are bypassing that process, that messy middle, then does AI generated art recreate that essential for a good life feeling? Or does it just gives us a quick dopamine hit, a quick positive response that, wow, this feels great, this is amazing, I can't believe that I just wrote a few keywords and I got a whole story, or I just wrote a few keywords and I got this amazing art. Does it create this larger than life feeling or not? You can pause the video here if you want and reflect, and then I can share my answer. And my answer is that for me, it does not create the same effect. Even if I made a painting which was not that great, the rough sketches, the iterations, like even in that pencil holder example, just playing with the idea of like how should the pencil be held diagonally, horizontally, vertically, those kind of variations, that kind of playfulness in the art was my favorite part. And had I used AI to sketch and conceptualize the whole cycle, I wouldn't have felt that essential for a good life type of feeling. Then we also need productive friction in art. So here's an example of a workshop that I was hosting at a pumpkin patch. And I was sketching ideas of what are some, and this was organized for a makerspace. I teach some art courses at a makerspace. So we were going to laser cut or 3D print some things and then take it to a pumpkin patch and set it all up for some kind of creative exploration. So this type of brainstorming on pen and paper really helped me communicate my ideas quickly. As you can see, the quality of the sketches is not that great. It's just doodles, very quick ones. But once I had that kind of clarity, then I was also met with some friction, some constraints. So for young children, any object that's smaller than 2 inches in all dimensions, it can be a choking hazard. And so I knew that I had to design a toy or some object which is at least longer than that. Then I was also told that since it's outdoors and we don't want something that would not be bright enough for kids to spot, so I wanted to make it really, really bright. And so within those constraints, I got this idea that, I can create like this character called Pumpkin, which is just a caterpillar with pumpkin segments. And so just by visiting the pumpkin patch, looking at all the colorful pumpkins, getting this kind of 2-inch guideline, getting this advice about using bright colors, all of that gave me the idea for this character. Now, if I went straight up to ChatGPT or Gemini Perplexity to give me ideas, what can I design for a pumpkin patch workshop, that was too broad. I don't think I would have ever gotten this idea of a pumpkin-shaped caterpillar just by prompting. So that kind of friction of what are the needs of the space, what are the needs of safety, those actually helped me as an artist. And so that productive struggle, that productive friction can sometimes be missing in AI because you can prompt anything, you can create anything. And then finally, we really need to journal our lived experience because that's where all the amazing ideas come from. So even in the last example, like I said, visiting the pumpkin patch and getting some real life constraints help my art. Another thing I do is when I go on outdoor walks, I take pictures of things in nature that I find interesting, like this magnolia seed pod I thought was so beautiful, so poetic. And then I came home and I journaled about what I saw that day, and I quickly made a sketch of a magnolia sprite. Now, I haven't written any story around this character. It hasn't been included in any of my formal art projects. But over time, by the end of the year, I would have 100 to 200 of these small thumbnails and some random notes. And out of those, maybe 2 to 3 make it to an actual project. But this is my source of inspiration because I know these are the things, these are the ideas rooted in my experience that I won't find directly through prompting. So then it brings us to the question that if that is the case, that hands-on experience is so important, lived experience is so important, then do children even need AI in their art practices? So my answer is that they don't need it as a crutch, but they may need it as a tool for expression and exploration, or as a sandbox for tech literacy. So, for example, we know that in the future there might be many AI-related jobs, and if a child is interested in art today, and they can use AI as a way to express themselves or to learn about technology, then that can serve as a sandbox for tech literacy that might help them in the future. But if they're using it as a crutch that I don't want to even spend some time trying to draw stick figures, and I'm just going to continue prompting and never make art, then it's getting in the way of their developmental needs and this biological instinct to just express through art and creativity. So now we can move on to some art and AI activities that you can try. The sample art that I'm presenting here is from the same research article that I pointed out earlier, which will be included in the resources. And this is art made by the kids who participate in my workshops. So first example is Draw Alive, where you can upload an image with a character and a background, and then you can write a little story, and this will create up to 3 minutes of animation. And you can see your drawing come to life. So in this example, this child had created this heart-shaped character who has some heart-shaped vines in the background dangling from the sky, and then a tree with some heart-shaped fruits. And they uploaded it to Draw Alive and wrote the story about this heart-shaped character picks all the heart-shaped fruits and things on the trees and the vines and eventually sells them off at the local market. The app only animated the scene that was drawn and did not create a new background, but I'm sure like within a year or so, of course, AI will be capable to create multi-scenes based on a single drawing. But here's an alternative activity that I tried in the same workshop. I asked them, instead of having AI produce the rest of the story or animated, how about you create like a storyboard or panels in a comic book? Use 3 post-it notes and create the beginning, middle, and end of the story. And then talk to a friend and have them guess the story just based on that doodle. And so this child, again, kept the first drawing as is, but then added the second one, that the heart is saying, yay, I got the heart-shaped fruit. And then you see that character at a shop. And then this child showed it around to other people in the workshop, and they were very easily able to guess the story just based on these 3 beats. So this goes to show that, sure, it is possible to make really polished animations based on a thumbnail image, but if the goal is just communicating a story, there are other simpler artistic ways to communicate that story. And as you can see here, the drawing quality is not consistent or amazing, museum worthy, but does it communicate a story? Yes. Is it heartwarming? Yes. So sometimes we need to assess whether we need to inject AI in the creative process or not. Another example is, again, a popular one, animated drawings. Meta Demo Lab has this website, sketch.metademolab.com, which is included here, where you can upload a sketch and then you can select a bunch of animations. It has like dancing, walking, etc. And it detects the character and you can apply the animation, you can download and share the video. Then there's this popular website, Little Lit, where it's a subscription in which you can do a bunch of different things. It allows you to create AI art stickers. You can co-write a story. The good thing is that it really coaches you to write a story, so your creative process is still there instead of just writing the story for you. But then there's also AI songwriter. With just a few keywords, you can generate a full-blown song. And you can also create some STEAM projects, brainstorm for STEAM projects with AI. So here's a reflection question for you, that if you try this, you can, again, pause the video if you want. You can try this activity or just think about it for a minute. Did you enjoy generating the stickers or songs with the prompt alone, or did you crave for that guideline of hands-on before transform? Were you craving to make at least some part of it manually before you upload it, before you offload it to AI? Then there's this app called KidJenny. It gives you both options. You can directly, with a few keywords, prompt the idea for an art and it will make it for you. Or you can upload a doodle, a very crude one, and it will transform it into a more rendered image. And so again, there's this reflection question that, did you enjoy prompting the character? Or did you crave for that hands-on before transform? Or did you crave for learning the entire process, that, oh, I wish I could, create a 3D character from scratch. Like, I want to learn how to work in Blender. And a lot of times in middle school and high school, when I do some art workshops and show them some of my 3D art, half the kids are like, oh yeah, I can, we can prompt this style and make something that looks similar. And then there's the other half, which is like, ooh, which software did you use? Did you use Blender? Did you use like Rhino or Maya? They're so curious to learn about which tool was used and what else can I do here. Some kids even go on to study industrial design professionally later. So it just depends on what the curiosity level of the child is and what their true interests are. So there are some kids who their main passion is athletics. So let's say they're very good at basketball and swimming and they're really passionate about it. And art is not their main thing and they just want to try it once. So they are the ones who tend to try these generative tools to maybe create a small card for a family member or create some wall art for their own room. Whereas, there are other kids whose main thing is art, like they're so passionate about art. I don't see them wanting to try AI in this way. They are more the hands-on before transform type, and sometimes don't even want to use AI anywhere because the joy for them is creating manually. So it just depends on who the child is, what their goals are, what is the skill that might not develop if they over rely on AI. And so, yeah, it leads us to this question that what part of that augmentation is still human art? So my belief is that, art is a perspective built on lived experience. So all the examples that we saw, like the magnolia seed pod or the pumpkin patch, all of that came from my lived experience. And all of the artists I know have a long backstory behind whatever art they're making. Then adding original elements to the process. So even if you're uploading, even if you're prompting something, you can upload some original resources, some contextual information that only you can add. That will make it more creative. And then having AI iterate based on some kind of personal vision instead of just, blatantly giving a few keywords and let the AI decide, like be more detail oriented in your prompting and have a personal vision, have some kind of sketch, knowing where you're headed through your own exploration first. And then pausing to reflect that, does this particular artistic expression even need the help of AI? Or can I just, sketch and do something simpler to achieve the same goal? So if you're an art educator for the classroom, here are some tips. Continue to focus on the foundational skills because they are evergreen. No matter how good AI gets, strong foundational skills like color theory, shapes, geometry, shadow, lighting, trying out different mediums, all of that is the good stuff that needs to remain in the art classrooms. Then you can also, with the students in your class, you can create some kind of collective rubric, some rules around when using AI is okay, when using AI is not okay. So then everyone is on the same page. You can also, before a child says that, well, I'm good at singing, but I'm not good at drawing, so I'm going to use AI for drawing. So when someone brings that up, you can say, hey, why don't you collaborate with some other kid who has a complementary skill and see if your project needs are met within this kind of collaborative system. If not, you can, even as a group, collectively try to think, what are the gaps that we can fill with AI? And you can also consider using AI later in the creative process and only introduce one tool at a time, because sometimes for educators, it can be so overwhelming. Every day you wake up and there's some new AI tool and some influencer telling you, try this, try that. Here's how you can be productive as a teacher. And so sometimes it's easy to get pressured into trying too many things, which can be overwhelming for you as an educator. It can be overwhelming for children. So take it slow. Foundational skills are great. And I'm sure you're already doing a great job. So thank you very much. And I hope that you found some information here helpful or inspiring. I'll be happy to answer any questions on LinkedIn. I will include this presentation and all the resources mentioned here in the information below the module. Thank you.
Our next instructor is Yeşim Kunter, an international expert in play-based learning, and creative strategy. Yeşim shows how play can become a powerful bridge for exploring AI-related ideas in joyful, intuitive, and child-centered ways.
Hello, this is Yeşim Kunter. I'm a play expert and a futurist. I'm going to be talking about play pedagogy and AI. And as an outline, I would like to take you through what are the key elements that I would like to discuss in this half an hour. in this module. And I think it's really important from my perspective, of course, as a play expert. I would like to talk about what is play and why play is really important in the children's learning process. And then I would like to talk about kids' ecosystem, and then what's going on in the present and what is expected from them in the future. What type of play types are there? And from there, I want to draw to what kind of play types and what kind of play activities that we can actually bring in. And what kind of tools are out there from an AI perspective that we should be able to use it and make use of it. I want to highlight in my experience in the last 25 years of being in the toy industry and also being a researcher of play. For me, it is really important, whatever the tools comes in, we need to understand the core element of how we actually engage, how we can learn, how we can become more curious. And play is, for me, the tying component of the whole thing. For that reason, we need to really understand and appreciate its power. First question, of course, what is play? And how do we actually define play? There are so many different ways that we can define. There are many scholars that have actually expressed from different perspectives. But I would like to talk from my perspective, which is going to be play is actually making connections. By playing, we are starting to understand, first of all, ourselves. And then we understand the environment that we are in and how we can actually adapt, how we can actually make that connection within that. And by paying attention, by paying focus, we start to become more curious, we start to become more collaborative, and it's really important to understand defining play in that sense. And I think we need to also highlight the Convention on the Rights of Child from the UN's perspective. And what they describe is play and recreation facilitate children's capacities to negotiate, regain emotional balance, resolve conflicts, and make decisions. Through their involvement in play and recreation, children learn by doing. They explore and experience the world around them, experiment with new ideas, roles, and experiences, and in so doing, learn to understand and construct their social position within the world. And when we describe this within the world, it's always, of course, depends on the era, what kind of a world we are in. And now we are in this world of AI, which is kind of giving us decisions, giving us directions, and even communicating in some sort. But I think we need to understand what are the limitations of it and what is the actually powerful part of it as well. So it's not just one or the other, it's really making use of that balance because they are not both going away. And I would like to talk about, first of all, play. And I like this quote from Albert Einstein. It says, play is the highest form of research. What it means is being in the environment that we are in, by playing, we start to make these kind of like questions for ourselves. How does it work? What does it mean for me? How is that going to impact my next step, for example? Or just enjoying the moment, like making it and doing it many times and understanding how it actually can shape and reshape. And I like the other part, which is like Nigel Jackson's saying, the truly great advances of this generation will be made by those who can make outrageous connections. And only a mind which knows how to play can do that. And it's very true, especially when we are getting a lot of answers, a lot of kind of dictations and directions from our environment. It is going to be super important that we should be able to see even beyond that. So when we are making those connections, we are actually also recreating how it can impact the way it is. And it's also really important, and I love the image of the neurons coming together and making synapses, is the more we do, the more we think. And I want to highlight something very important. The thinking process doesn't mean that it's always going to be joyful. It can go on the other side as well. So play is very important in basically what kind of content we put, what kind of inspirations we are putting in to the minds of the children, even ourselves. It's how the new things will come together and how it is going to make the next impact. What it means is, if you start to put something really curious, you are interested, you are going to make more connections, and you are going to be exploring and ideating and actually having that positive impact to the world. That's how you are going to start to think about it. But that comes from that playful mindset. And the more you are excited about the subject, the more you are going to become interested in it. And I would like to also talk about how play to creativity and innovation, they come together. First of all, as you know, play is hardly measurable. It's an action. It's in my mind, it's more like an oxygen. It's kind of like it goes into the world, into the elements, and it starts to make that reaction. And it's very important to understand that it's a process. It's not an outcome. It is always a process. And if we can create that process in the best way possible, then we are actually creating the environments that's going to be impactful for the children. And then creativity is kind of hardly measurable, but there is more tangible outcomes that comes from it. You can almost relate, you can almost see what has been done, and then you can almost start to see it is actually making some kind of progress, and there's a level of going up. And that's also really important. In order to be creative, we need inspirations. And inspirations can come from anywhere. It can come from outside while you are walking, or it can be on a book that you just saw and kind of like a weirdly written kind of wording, or it can be by even using ChatGPT and chatting with it and then writing some kind of nonsense, for example, comments. What is really important is, how do we make use of it? How do we make use of what are the tools around us, and what is the perspective that we are looking from? It's our mindset is the most important thing in this one. And to create innovation or innovative ways of thinking or making the uses of it, that means we need to have some kind of measures that is out there. And that we are actually adding something really different than the system. What has been done, what is kind of progressing in that, and it's almost going beyond the expectations. So let's come to the part which is really important, I think, because play doesn't come together without actually children. We need to understand the child's mind and how it actually changes, and what are these kind of like a really important features that we should be focusing on. So when we look at the play relevance to ages and stages, it's first of all 0 till 6-year-olds is the sensory time. This is the time they need to be really outside, and physicality is really important. They are actually kind of in this very it's a raw material. They need that raw material. They need to understand its meaning for themselves so that they can actually make use of it and they can make the connections. This is the time they are actually playing with their emotions. They are playing out their fears. They are understanding the contextual process of it. So they are looking at almost like they are the first people in the cave, right? They are trying to go out of this cave and trying to see what is happening and how they can relate themselves, how they can adapt, how they can become individuals and independence for themselves. And then when we see 6+, of course, this is the time they are actually starting to have their own heroes, their inspirations, their aspirations. They start to understand abstract concepts and their factual exploration starts. So which means they are going to look into all these kind of contents that they can actually make relating to. And this is really important to understand. This is the time the identity and ideation really starts. This is the time they are going to look and learn some of the facts and they are going to make comparisons. So when we think about these areas, it is really important to give them the tools that they can actually look into many different things, that they can actually start on. So I had this conversation last year with my nephew. We were looking at different kind of like a big situations, for example, crisis. So let's say tsunamis and how big the wave is and how can you compare it? Because when the subject is very abstract, it becomes really hard to understand and put it into the context, right? So you need to have these kind of understanding. But what we used was, for example, ChatGPT. We asked a question and then from there we took it and then we compared it online with other things. And then we asked questions. So these kind of like a playful elements actually enhances the learning. We start to create the stories. We are making up maybe games at that time. And he was role playing. So it is not just one way. It is not linear. It is actually multiple ways of interacting. You are role playing, you are searching, and then you are taking it and making up a story. And within that story, you relate yourself how it can actually impact. And all these kind of things becomes really important in our understanding. And from that, the 12-year-olds and plus, it becomes like a conceptual age. This is the time the sophistication, the questioning, metaphors, and abstraction starts to come in. And what is going on in their world? Like when we look at from 1800s, we go into Froebel's gifts. This is the first time we are actually making abstraction into tangible. And then we start to see other toys coming in. You are constructing, you are building. So the play elements, the tools becomes really important to understand what is actually happening at the time. And when we are talking about 19th century, the industrial age, it is super important that it's skill-based, there's a construction, mechanics, systems, and so you are making those connections. And then when it becomes the 20th century, then we are talking about communication, the knowledge. How do we actually make sense of that knowledge? Where do we find it? Where do we actually get it? Then you will start to see all these different kind of playful sets that you can actually create your own stories. You are actually making sense of it by playing, by creating, by touching, and tangibilizing the whole thing. And then when it becomes on the 21st century, it is super interesting because now all of them are coming together. You know the systems, you know the context. Now you have to be more even creative. Now you can actually create your own. You can create your own animation, you can create your own stories, and you don't have to be super skilled for that. You can use many different kind of tools that you can put all of those together. But I think it's really important to understand what you want to do. You are the director of this. You have to understand your emotions. You have to understand your how you can actually connect everything. And also the purpose, the passion, and the playful thinking all come together so that you can make it. That's the reason we start to have these kind of like game platforms like Roblox or Minecraft. And they actually provide a space that you can express yourself and identify. So this is the reason I kind of find it really amazing, like how Minecraft actually creates the space that you can be you can get inspired immediately. And I have seen kids playing by making something as an ideation on Minecraft, and then physically actually adapting the similar kind of thinking on an environment that they are playing. So this is the most important thing. It is not one or the other. I think it is that kind of fluid way of connecting with each other, that you are creating an environment which is very rich with different kind of inspirations, but also enhancing your learning and expressing yourself. And I think this is the part which we need to understand. The AI platforms and AI should be used in understanding with as being a tool rather than encompassing yourself, really. The other thing is we need to look at the pedagogy of playful learning. And in playful learning, it is super interesting. There is some guidance and there's some active learning. There's an amazing part, which is the experiential learning, which you are experiencing and creating. The part which I love is the cooperative and collaborative learning, because it brings in many different perspectives into the whole equation. And then project-based learning, which is you are giving a purpose, giving some kind of a reasoning and how you can actually create that. And this creates many complexities. That means you are not anymore understanding in one type of education we are talking about. We are actually creating a very multi-purposeful learning style. And of course, when we look at the World Economic Forum's January 2023 Future of Learning, what we are expecting is from the 21st century skills is the abilities is like creativity, critical thinking, digital skills, and programming. And I think from a social perspective, it's the collaboration and really communication, negotiation. And I think communication is super important. I have seen in many of my workshops, when kids are communicating with each other, they are actually asking questions, they are giving ideas, and all of these are becoming super interesting. And their negotiation, they are trying to, sometimes conflict of resolution is also really important. So how do they deal with their emotional awareness and their resolutions? And the adaptability, where they are actually in different situations. And I think adaptability is also going to become so important in a world where everything is changing. It's becoming so fast changing pace that this is the reason I'm just going to show you a couple of AI tool examples. But every week almost there's something new coming in. So I think this is the reason the anchoring point should be, what are the skills we are trying to give? And some of these skills are like critical thinking, creativity, and adaptability, initiation, grit, communication, collaboration. These are so important that it's never going to change. Even if you are living in a digital world, completely in that digitalized world, it's not going to change. It's going to be even more important. And so for that reason, the way the future skills and divergence, for example, is coming in a world which is more and more becoming important in empathy, for example, and productivity and imagination. We need a world which is going to be full of curiosities. And the curiosities shouldn't be scared of. I think we need to almost embrace them. And this is actually, I'm going to make an analogy, and it's going to be my first time making this analogy. I think we are in a different world of the being in a cave. And I think this is a different cave now. We are coming out of this digital cave, and now we have to go out and invent something more, and something that maybe we have no idea what it is, but that is going to come from the playfulness. That is going to come from your curiosities. That's going to come from how you actually manage these, and how are you going to communicate that. And that comes with the this quote from Manfred Spitzer, the organism can experiment with different behaviors without being harmed. This is why there is play. And within play, input and output mappings can be repetitively changed, tried out, and learned. This is exactly what we are doing today. Play is thus the consequences of the capability to learn. It is really, we have no idea in some of the things that we will be doing what the consequences are. But it is very much necessary that we should be able to play and learn. And from the future skills planning chart, this is my chart that I usually look into when I'm looking at the future. There are many possibilities and opportunities that's going to come and unfold itself. And so we need to understand the child should be in the heart of everything. And it is going to be framed around that. And when we look at the play process chart, this is the chart that I have done many, many years ago. And I think it's really important to understand the play types, the object play, social play, active play, symbolic play, and games. And games are being, of course, very much, they are the rule-based play. So it is important how these unfold themselves. So I'm going to explain that. In learning, active play, of course, creates this physicality, the movement, fine and gross motor skills. And it doesn't mean that you have to be constructing. Sometimes these can be hybrid games. They can be like, for example, I'm going to give an example from, let's say, Cubitunes. It's a tactile, tangible gameplay, which you need to have a dexterity, you need to have a hand-eye coordination to be able to play the audio games. And that is super interesting because that means you need to have amazing listening skills, you need to follow the instructions, and it's not necessarily an AI gameplay I'm talking about, but still it's a digital augmented game. Symbolic play is usually, this is now actually we are going to be more and more in the symbolic game play world, because everything is symbols, everything is in sequence. They are all actually recreating the language. So what is your play language that you will be actually playing out with, for example, while you are creating different kind of creating your prompts. So prompt creation is a completely symbolic play. And there's a social aspect of it also, which means it's imaginative, it needs to be pretended, and you need to have a role play within that. And while you are doing that, there's some kind of a usage. You need to understand that object play and games, for example, and how do you create your own games? This is going to become the power of you. We are all becoming more directors than ever before. We are actually in charge of so many things. That means children of today, they need to learn how to be in charge of their own plays and their own scenarios. And from that, on my next chart, you will see the play mechanics questions. I think it's going to be very important to be able to show them the questions that they should be asking. What, why, when, and how, who, and what if questions. And each what if question is going to give them the challenges, the curiosities, and the connections. And this has to be with the child-led connections. And some of the play activities that I would like to give you for warm-up is always important to give them super simple things like circles, doodling, and these can be done on any kind of AI partnered, for example, apps that can be done very easily. And even that doodling, it has to be done first initiated by the child so that they are actually in charge of their own planning. And within that, there are kind of mini characters creating. And how do we actually bring that from there and to the reality? For example, I will show you a couple of examples. There's a scribble maker. And that is very interesting because it might be in the input, it might be just a wording, but how do you even word it so that you can get a very interesting scribbling? And how do you then take that and make a story out of it? So it's kind of like you are in and out. So there's some kind of element of enabling interesting outcomes and maybe even a surprise and randomness that you can actually create your own. And discovery exploration, for example, how questions float game, silly inventions. I love silly inventions because it always brings in something funny. For example, asking, how can you create for a bird a new nest, let's say? And what is it going to encompass? And if it is in the very much cold place, you are giving actually some kind of what if questions. And by that, they are becoming more curious. And that is also giving them some kind of like new ways of thinking. And within that, storytelling is the most important thing. Improvisations, playing with stains, playing on a paper or on that kind of like a AI generated substance. For me, it's really important divergence, of course, because it's kind of like what else can you make? What are the other options that can bring in? And pattern connection scenarios, metaphors, and world creations. And these, all of them, can be done in many different ways. And I think it all has to start with physical, non-digital way, so that it gives you some kind of a process. That it's not directed, it's not dictated by anyone else, it's not guided, let's say. And when it is not guided, then the child has the autonomy to be able to create their own. And that's what I say, deliberately incomplete. It doesn't have to be perfect. It has to be something non-perfect, so that it kind of gives them a space to even explore themselves, explore different possibilities, actually move from one direction to the other, and that they are actually creating mind stretching. So one of the example which I'm giving you here with the hello is actually done by dripping paint. And you can also imagine that this can be done with scrolling on the one of the apps that you can use. But it is really important to express yourself in this way. It's almost like being open to something really interesting and unexpected. The next one is like a glass, which was done by actually coffee stains, and you can do with any stains, but this is one of a really good one because you are pushing yourself to see something unrelated and it's unexpected. And the more we are actually stronger on unexpected expectations, we become much more braver in trying something new. And trying something new means most of the time, in our time, actually, all the apps and all the things that we are going to be using is going to change within a year. It's evolving so quick that I don't think we will be able to use anything that we kind of get comfortable with, changing it. So for that reason, we need to have that kind of a mindset. And the next one is I'm again showing you how I saw a coffee stain and created something really, really, really different. So imagination and divergent thinking is really important. And we can use many images, we can create silly ideas and metaphors. And it's really important to create sense-making hackathons. In the feature of classroom, we are seeing it here. So as AI, how does it come in? For the cognitive scaffolder, you can use some of these apps which are really amazing, like Scratch. And then for learning, Duolingo is amazing. I even started learning some Italian. And Khan Academy gives you a lot of inspirations. And then also there are AI as play partners. This is the one which I'm kind of questioning. Even though it sounds really interesting, there are other ones. I just found these two at the beginning. And they look like they are comforters. They are kind of, following the, actually, they have the personalization and everything. But it is also very important to understand that the minute the AI is your partner, there is some consequences which is like it is not a real partner. So we need to be very careful of how we make use of them. I had one example was actually using one other robot, and that was creating AI-generated stories by hearing the children giving the stories. Of course, it was eliminating some of these wordings, which meant that it was completely made up new stories. And I think this is the part which you need to make your own suggestion and how it can be used the best. So I'm going to show you another one, sticker box, which I just saw it and I think it's really fun looking. You are saying some of these words and it's actually printing it out as stickers. And then Storybird is a really great one. Very much suggested one is you can create your illustrations, your stories, so you have all these kind of things. And so the quest to consider, I would like to say, is learning through play has to boost learning through play. It has to be the benefit, it has to have the benefits of learning. It has to have the structured play, but also it has to have this formal part of it. But the most important thing, I think, is respecting the curiosity of the mind of the child. It is not shaping it. I think they need to have that autonomy to be able to shape their own curiosities. And this is enabling the environment for them to create that they can actually choose what to do with it. And that should be our aim, to give them the space that is needed rather than totally actually controlling the way they are going to learn. So how does human child-led play happen? It's most of the time non-directed. It's very much, there's a boredom can be happening, and it's very adaptive, flexible, conflictive, sometimes, and forgetful, because we might be forgetting. It is surprising, it's random, it's very cultural, and there's a humor. So what does AI actually bring in? It is more structured. It does give you inspiration, that's for sure. It is going to organize it. It is going to give you some suggestions. There is some database. It never forgets, so which is really nice. Sometimes you can actually bring in that personalization and you don't have any boredom because it's going to give you some ideas. The only thing is it's non-conflictive, it's not real, and it is not going to be for real your friend. It is a tool that we should be actually using it to enhance our own playful learning. And I hope these suggestions and some of these activities will help you to create your own playful and sometimes AI-led and also happy way of creating play pedagogies. Have a beautiful day.
Jeff Kluge is a child rights and AI ethics specialist focused on helping organizations turn principles into practice. He develops practical implementation tools, most notably the BEST framework, building ethical and safer technology, to support a shift from reactive compliance to proactive, rights-first design. He also champions a child-centric DPIA approach that expands risk analysis beyond privacy to include real-world harms children may face, including psychological and discriminatory impacts, and frames it as a usable roadmap for teams. Central to his work is strengthening governance, not just design, through structures like a Children's Data Oversight Committee, CDOC, ensuring child-specific expertise reaches leadership and meaningfully influences decisions.
Hello, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are, whenever you're watching this. Today's session on AI ethics will walk through how to build more ethical and safer technology, especially where it pertains to children of the world. Technology should serve kids, children, not the shareholders. That seems somewhat uncontroversial, but in today's world, it really is a very different situation than what we would like. Through today's session, I want to help you take the view of a forensic AI ethicist, because the technology that we put in front of children should really serve their learning and their best interests and support their mental well-being. There's a standard, the best interest of the child, that should be reticently available to them, and today it isn't. But through this different lens, as an AI ethicist, I want to help you learn some skills, tools to not only help yourself, the classrooms that you may be in, but your own kids that surround you on a daily basis. My name is Jeff Kluge. I'm a For Humanity certified auditor. And you can think of me as that forensic AI ethicist, someone who investigates new technologies on what they actually do, not what companies claim them to be. We go through and just look at what are the actions. We try to get them to a binary decision. Are they doing what they say or not? More importantly, if you look at laws that are in existence, data privacy and protection laws, age-appropriate design codes where they are applicable or enforced, are they doing what they say or not? The standard in the UK's age-appropriate design code, established in the late 2010s, put forth the best interest of the child. The default settings must not be an afterthought. They must be core to the technology that's there. When I look at a system of what they actually do or what they don't in terms of the collection, it becomes rather simple. Once you see it, you can't really unsee it. Within every app, game, program, or technology that's delivered to kids, there are decision trees that someone else has made along the way. Well, how did they go about making those decisions? How did they come to the conclusions that were there? We're going to talk through some of that today. And when a business incentive begins to dominate the discussion or the direction of where those apps, the technologies, or platforms go, and children's needs become secondary, that's really where we are today. Boundaries are really not in existence. Parents and many stakeholders are trying to pull those back to get them not only established, but enforceable. And it really is rather a tough go of it. By the end of this session, what I'd like you to be able to come away with is how to audit a system. I'd like for you to look at how things explain themselves in their privacy policies, what they're actually doing, and what they're not. And all goes back to supporting the best interest of the child. And here are a couple of points of what is not in the best interest of the child that become pretty easily to see when you go through it. Infinite scroll, algorithms recommending extreme content, apps collecting location, contacts, and behavior data by default, as opposed to being those that opt in. Consent flows that are written to confuse and not inform parents. A 34-page privacy policy is not designed for anyone other than an attorney. Features that exploit insecurity, boredom, or social pressure become pretty evident when you look through the responses or the content that comes back on many apps, AI-based chatbots, or the programs that are delivered or content that's delivered to kids. And we see that there are no real meaningful boundaries between child development and business goals. So as we go through this session today, I'd like for you to look at the outcomes of what we're hoping to get to. Be able to spot the gaps, identify how these AI systems work, where the bias appears, where they don't. I want you to be able to audit these tools yourself. Evaluate the technology for fairness and safety for your classrooms or for your kids. Also, a very key point, I want you to become better to be able to help educate and protect your students from the technology that's in front of them. And one of the more important lessons, the questions that will come up through today, is to be able to explain why. But before we really get going, let's go back a little bit and go through some very essential definitions. First of all, a child or kid is anyone under the age of 18. There are some laws on the books around the world that put the age of 13 as a child. What we're really seeing is a gap that exists, 13 to 18, that they begin to treat kids like adults. We'll go through that in more detail. Ethics. When we talk about ethics, what we're really talking about are moral principles that encompass character. And it's not just, can we do something? The question becomes, should we? As we talk about AI, specifically that refers to artificial intelligence, systems that mimic human thinking, learning, predicting. An AI system, to be more specific, really it should be a AAA system. Artificial intelligence, algorithmic, or autonomous. Algorithms are really the recipe that decides what you see, when you see it, how you see it. Autonomous are systems that make decisions or take actions independently. They're running on their own. And AI ethics, if we can put this now, the culmination of all these, really are the moral principles that should govern how these systems interact with humans, especially kids. Right now, we've seen that most AI systems are built to maximize engagement and profit, not safety. We'll discuss fairness, the principles of the AI systems that should treat all people equitably, without discrimination of race, gender, age, ability, or their background. And finally, bias. These are really the shortcuts that are used to make decisions. I came into this work having spent 25 years with founders and CEOs at the intersection of finance, ethics, mental health, and then into technology. For the last 5 years, as a fellow for humanity, I've translated data, privacy, and protection and AI laws from the legal principles into practical safety guidelines, showing companies how to operationalize those laws, not just talk about them. I've testified in front of state legislature sessions on both the kid safety aspect and also the pro-business ideals that many age-appropriate design codes can offer business if they just paid attention to them. If they asked better questions, they could design much, much better products, very human-centric related products. Think back to some of the great products over the years, decades, that were really driven from the user, the customer, the client experience, as opposed to a business. I've also been a speaker and an advocate and an author on this topic. Through all of that experience, let me tell you what I discovered. Big tech, defined by Google, Meta, which owns Facebook and Instagram, Microsoft, OpenAI, Roblox, and Snap all had first mover advantage. They were able to get their products into the hands of kids and parents by telling them that they were safe. Let's just say the quiet part out loud so we can get rid of it. Big tech CEOs lied to us. They lied to Congress. They lied to legislative bodies around the world. They told us their products were safe, and we believed them. The evidence from my audits shows that they operated in legal gray areas, parsing words so particularly and with precision that they were able to protect themselves. They put children in harm's way. while claiming to prioritize safety. And this has been documented in numerous court cases and also in front of congressional testimony here in the United States. They also knew the risks. They had their own internal studies that they knew what they were doing. They had internal consultants telling them how to do things better. And those CEOs made decisions to shy away from that. That's all we know. It's long since water under the bridge. So here's where we go today. We can't just wait for tech to change any longer. We can't wait for laws to catch up. Children are in harm's way. What we need are a whole new set of tools and ability to help them prepare themselves and also ourselves for how do we begin to evaluate the things that are being in front of us in technology. Jonathan Haidt has been a great champion of technology and a recent push to have technology, phones specifically, banned in schools and in the classrooms. There's evidence in the very early stages that engagement and kids' well-being is elevating quite a bit. I want to help go through some of the tools that you can use to help in this endeavor. Let's talk about why ethics are missing in technology. First of all, there's really no market pressure. Parents haven't really organized, at least early on, against Facebook. I haven't seen anything where parents have just banned it or walked away. And more importantly, businesses have been very reticent to do that. OpenAI, Google, again, where's the backlash? And it doesn't appear that there is or was much. There's no competitive advantage to being ethical. Unfortunately, startups that want to do the right thing can't compete. They're fighting a tremendous uphill battle. And I believe now ones are finally beginning to see that pro-business item that I was referring to in some of those legislative sessions, that if you show people how you're doing things, if you're transparent, if you put out right in front of them, this is what we're doing, this is what we're not doing, and you can show an audit trail, that builds a tremendous amount of trust. Transparency equals trust. That leads to better accountability and more and better AI responsibility. One of the things that I noticed in my research that was very discomforting is that AI ethics was lacking in engineering and computer science schools until the late 20-teens with a program entitled Embedded Ethics. It was designed by some of the Ivy League schools to incorporate on a more holistic basis this idea of ethical choice. I don't think it was that people didn't care about ethics or about kids, but in the hundreds of people that I had conversations with over the past 5 years, there were very few that weren't a champion of it, but they didn't have agency. There wasn't an ability for them to really make the impact that they were hoping to be able to make. Tech failed because the business model was really skewed towards this extraction, not protection, and people just couldn't make that connection within the boardrooms as to why it was good business sense at the time. So what is it that your students are up against? And I think many of you have seen this. We know this, that their phones, their behavior, their conversations are tracked. They connect through various data points of what they're looking at and where they're going to. And then that behavior, those instances are sold in ads. So people can begin to target. They might not ask for a 12-year-old or a 10-year-old, but they're going to ask, I'm looking for someone interested in these very specific things that get those introductions. And they can pick and choose their age groups along the way. Let's talk about the algorithmic harm that occurs. A girl asks about being pretty or weight related topic, and she gets diet pill ads and friends joining her group, unconnected to her immediate physical location and or her social networks. Boys search for weightlifting or why am I lonely? And then the algorithm begins to push toward these alpha influencers, preaching aggression or supplements. These algorithms have learned the kids' vulnerabilities, and now they're taking advantage of it. The ethical failure that exists here is in that moment of ethical choice. Every app, every technology has that decision tree of how should they deliver that next bit of content. And that's what is lacking. Apps should connect kids to healthy resources that could prioritize that well-being over engagement. But they don't. And they see the struggling with self-image. They see it as a profitable data segment. Every time, all the time. Through the auditor's eyes, this becomes a binary outcome. Either you deliver something that is in the child's best interest, or you deliver something to drive engagement. Whether it's ads, content, extreme content. It's in this area that we begin to look to make that difference. So the digital world today is very different than that physical park that many of us grew up with. The stranger danger of don't talk to strangers was prolific. It was a core thing that people were helping their kids learn. But in the digital world, those profiles that they get in, that children engage to, seem like they're another person just like them. They use very similar language. They enjoy the same games, or they're playing the same games. But the conversations begin to change a little bit. Now the algorithm wears that mask of familiarity with the child. You have these invisible whispers, if you will, where they get these personalized feeds that no one else can see them, communications that seem like it's someone just their age. The dopamine hits are a big reality even for adults. Likes, streaks, and perfect replies, they begin to see these systems as friends, even though they're just nothing more than an algorithm predicting and nudging into the direction that they want to continue. And there's no exit ramp. In the real life, you can walk away. A parent can intervene. A teacher, principal can help on the playground. In the digital world, there's opacity. We don't have that ability to see what's happening as much as we would like. So this invisible architecture just goes through every digital tool, has this choice architecture, the ethical choice behind it. What kids see first could be their question. Child asks something, and it's what's next. What gets delivered, and then after that, and follow on to continue the engagement. There are a couple of tools that I've audited and begun to advise on, and I was impressed very early on. And these were ones not just for that under 13, but that could engage with over 13 to 18, that were not trying to bring the child into this rabbit hole of constant questions and constant engagement, but would, in a way, disengage. They would ask the child, do you have a trusted adult that you may go to? And I was very impressed by that. That's that binary choice that you can begin to see. Kids don't choose the architecture. They don't choose necessarily what comes next. It's driven by these algorithms. If we're looking to teach fairness and bias, I think the words it comes down to is very much critical thinking. And the power tool is why. Recall that in the child's life, age 2 to 5, they always ask the question, why? And I don't think it's a matter of that they're trying to be annoying or upsetting to the adults around them. They're curious. They want to understand how their world works. The same thing holds true for technology. And through the end of this, or by the end of this, I'll give you some questions that can help various age groups with these questions of why, and almost gamify their own AI ethics view. Beyond just the why question, we look at other perspectives that exist on an issue. Who else might see this differently than what I do? Those that are using chatbots or these generative AI tools can simply ask that of what am I missing? What other opinions may be there? And that could be a very good tool to help broaden out their own perspective and think about it a little bit more holistically. Those types of questions begin to build the foundation of empathy and being able to put themselves in someone else's shoes, looking at the same related issue. We get into age-appropriate implementation and what might this look. A third grader can understand fairness. A sixth grader can understand when someone's being left out. And a high schooler can certainly question whose perspective might be missing in a certain situation. You don't need to be a programmer to ask why, you just need to have a curiosity. And that's what I think we can help lead kids to as they become better digital citizens. So this responsibility, the ethics that exist around a very common thing to get onto an app or into some platform or technology is the idea of age verification. And let's talk about something that most of us don't say out loud, but that we just want to be honest about. How many have clicked, I am 13 plus, when you weren't 13? Now, maybe it's not you directly because you're the adult in the classroom, but maybe ask your kids that in the classroom or even your own children. How many have actually clicked, I'm over 18? That's another one that now, for the business, for the technology company, they've just checked the box that said, well, we asked them and they told us, and now they get to deliver and treat that child like an adult. It would be similar to the idea of having a bouncer at an adult-related establishment. The bouncer says, how old are you? The child says, how old do I need to be? 21? Bouncer says, okay, come on in, without checking an ID or the obviousness that this is a very young person, this isn't an adult. So why do these age gates exist? It may seem like a very simple related question, but much like adult establishments, age gates exist because there's content. There are predators that are out there, people that want to do harm to kids. There's invasive data collection. What are you looking at? Who are you talking to? And that is being weaponized oftentimes against the child. And let me say that not every technology company is bad, but we're talking about what can we see visibly and what we can't. And those good, positive experience technologies are very transparent in this engagement, in this interaction. And boundaries, we're really trying to protect kids from harm. In that aspect, one of the laws established in the late 90s was COPPA, or the Children's Online Privacy Protection Act in the late 90s. This was really a parental permission law. Once a parent checked the box that said their child could engage, all bets were off, and the app or technology platform, the game, could do and deliver almost anything that they wanted to. Companies have a level of privacy policy of 10, 15, or 30 pages or more. And it's very difficult for a parent whose child comes up to them and says, can I play this game? That they look at it and they're in the middle of something else, to be able to give that 30 to 45 minutes to fully read one of those documents. And we know what happens, right? Parent just clicks accept and sends the child on their way, or no, and then that leaves the child perhaps now in a different environment than their friends are playing in. I think the real advantage or potential here is to, again, talk to the child about the values that the family has, whatever those may be, and how they anticipate engaging with the world, engaging in these apps, and maybe ask them at the end of it, what did you see? Who are you talking to? What did they sound like? And what do you think their values or how they operated might be? About a decade ago, the United Kingdom put forth the age-appropriate design code. It was a very strong set of 15 standards by which a company could walk through and say, can we do this, or how do we do this to deliver something that was really beneficial or good for the child to be able to have as a pro-social app or game. It was a rather decent design, and it was monitored, or was supposed to be monitored, by the Information Commissioner's Office. I had direct experience with them for a long period of time, and they just fell asleep at the switch. They were doing very, very little to monitor and or enforce the laws that were there. Every now and then they would come forth with what seemed like a large fine against a business, but the fine commensurate to the level of revenue that that business had was minute. It was a cost of doing business, and there was nothing there to penalize the company, to stop them from doing it, or to really put up a roadblock going forward. I might want to go back just a moment and say that there were some changes that occurred, but by that point, when they went through the administrative process, that the damage was already done. It was a very minor change for them, and certainly not a large enough fine to really cause any business harm. So today, we talk about building more ethical and safer technology and the missing blueprint that is here. In my search for partners and companies looking to make safer spaces for kids, I found myself looking at these apps with this newfound critical perspective, this auditor's eye. And I figured the model to follow would be COPPA, or that safe harbor rule. So I began to do my research on some of the seals or certificate programs that were there. I went to one of the popular games that had a compliant related seal. I dug into their privacy policy, and there were 3 named partners in that agreement. I said, okay. I clicked on them. I followed those links into those separate agreements, and very quickly discovered that there was a lack of upholding the original partner agreement that was there. Once they got through that one layer or level of compliance, it seemed like all bets were off. And that didn't seem like a fair way to proceed. It was disheartening that one ethical standard that was in existence seemed so easy as a loophole to be able to get through. I don't think necessarily the games intended for that to happen, but that's certainly what was there and could have been closed down pretty quickly had someone just looked at it of, is this happening or not, as opposed to just, well, you had this in the policy, that's good enough. It was this frustration that I saw that we really weren't having this education level going to designers and computer science developers or CEOs or marketing or finance, that I created this best framework, this better blueprint that I thought would be helpful for people to think about technology that engages humans, especially kids, in a different way. They needed some boundaries, or it should have boundaries. Respecting human development and time. Are there infinite scrolls or clicks to advance? Are there timed breaks? Is it easy to stop? Or do you lose all of the progress that you've had? Ethics. We think about prioritizing a child's well-being over profit. Some laws in the US were looking to make that as a core part of their game, of their program play. Or do you just give them a nudge that goes into something else? Goes back to that ethical choice or the choice architecture that exists. Safety shouldn't be a PR-related process. It should really be the design on a proactive basis to help families and kids with their own value-driven environments. And one could say that some of these large-scale big tech companies have done that. But from an auditor's perspective, when you look at what gets into the press, into the news about issues that are still happening, it means it's happening. And that binary decision, is the action there or is it not? It's still there, which means that whatever they say is happening beforehand with all of the tools and safety, that something isn't still connecting through that operationalization of the business to make that happen. Finally, the T is trust, earning it through transparency and through accountability. This isn't just a checklist for companies, it's a lens for all of us to be able to see through. And once you understand these 4 pillars, you can audit any app, any game, and any AI tool that your students or your own children may encounter. So we want to activate this digital citizenship passport because kids now have access on a global basis to information and people that 20 years ago we never had. We don't just want kids to be users, we want them to be better digital citizens, able to understand how they interact with technology. We'd like them to look at the invisible architecture that's behind the things that they're engaging with, and to be able to ask hard questions, develop their own critical thinking of how is this tool, game, or app interacting with me, and am I okay with that? And at least just that first question of, am I okay with this? And begin to balance the tensions and trade-offs of what they're experiencing. A 7-year-old and a 17-year-old see the world very differently. So we've broken down this best framework into some age-appropriate questions to turn students into investigators of their own digital world. And I think you can be able to gamify this in a way that might make it a very interesting exercise for your own kids or for your classroom. If we were to look at these questions, the best framework looking at the elementary students or lower school children, boundaries. Does the app have a finish line or does it keep going forever? Ethics. Does it make me feel better or does it make me feel like I'm missing out on something? Safety. Can I tell a grown-up easily if something feels weird? Or does the app want to control the conversation and just keep asking me things? Or does it nudge them to go talk to an adult? Does the app do what it promised to do? We'll go back to that earlier comment. Young kids do tend to know if something is right or wrong. It's many times the adults that will dismiss that or can, which is an entirely different subject. I'll save that for another lecture. These auditor questions for middle schoolers, that's 6th to 8th grade. Boundaries. Is this app a tool or am I the fuel for the app? Is it free or what am I getting in return? Does the app use FOMO or that fear of missing out to make me feel anxious when I'm away? Who can you contact? Who can contact me here? Do I have an opt-out of being found or is opt-in to be safe? And some of these issues, they get to parse these words that do we click this way or that way? The grayed out bar, the slide bars that one never really knows if I'm opting in or opting out are misleading. Trust, and does the company act like a partner in my life or a spy in my pocket? I think if we begin to reframe apps or technologies as spying on children, I don't know as if many would want their parents to spy on them or if they notice it. Why would they want an app, somebody entirely different from them, to do the same? As we get into upper school, those 9 to 12 graders, we've got an entirely different mindset. Does this maximize my engagement for my well-being, or is it hard to actually leave? What's the business model? I think kids can begin to figure this out. Are they the product that's free, or the one being sold? Safety. What data is being collected beyond just what is needed to function? And where does that data go? Who controls it? Is there independent oversight? Who's watching this? Who's monitoring the playground, so to speak? So let's go through 3 actions as we near the end of this presentation that you can walk through this week. The first one, I mentioned it a bit earlier, Jonathan Haidt with the phone-free school zones, to be able to help kids, all of them, put the phone down and not be left out by just one or a few doing it at any one point in time. Number 2, allow AI to be a homework partner. But if it's used, you must show your work. Print off or take screenshots of not only the prompt you ask, but also what the response is. You can begin to see here, is it fair for someone else to do your homework? Why would AI or this AI tool or this app do your homework? Maybe putting the question that straightforward gets it in their mind that, oh, I shouldn't have the AI write my paper, but the AI may help me in writing my paper. And you can begin to ask prompts of, do a red line version, show me what I should be or could be saying this differently, in different voices, in different contexts. Help expand the writing knowledge that a student may have, and also help with punctuation. Finally, this third action is that teachers can be the students as well. Play auditor, gamify this, give them age-appropriate, best-related questions, and let them go investigate the app's tools that they're using. Make them active participants and not just passive consumers that everything is being done to them. Engage them, have them look for it as well. What I had noticed in this auditor capacity in writing those audit criteria for the global data privacy laws is that once you see this, it's really hard to unsee. Everything becomes very visible. And that helps to understand this framework of boundaries, the ethical questions, structure that exists, safety, and also trust. It's not just PR related anymore. It really becomes something proactive that you can be around. And I think being able to see it is really the point of ethical choice, transparency, showing us what's happened. Let them be able to see how it's interacting with them, and then they can make the choice of whether or not they want to engage or not engage. Teach them that technology can be built better. Teach them to demand something best. You are the guides, and this generation is counting on all of you. Thank you. I'm available through the email below should you need anything further in terms of how to help operationalize this or think about this in other ways. And it's been a pleasure to be your advisor and teacher here today. Thank you.
Our final instructor is Ibrahim Ali from Akunja Hukuk. Ibrahim will guide us through the legal dimensions of AI in education, data privacy, student protection, and intellectual property, so educators can make informed, compliant choices.
AI is no longer something we talk about as a future possibility in education. It's already here. Today, many teachers use AI tools to prepare lesson plans, generate quizzes, summarize text, support students with different learning needs, or even assess written work. In other words, AI has already entered the classroom, sometimes intentionally, sometimes quietly, but most often without clear rules. And this is exactly why we need to talk about it. Hello, this is Ibrahim Ali, attorney at law from Akıncı Law Firm and IP and data privacy law expert. Teachers are no longer just users of technology. They are the people who decide when, how, and for which purpose AI is used. This brings us to a very important point. Education is not just another sector. Schools work with children, and children are not ordinary data subjects. They are legally protected individuals whose personal data development, dignity, and rights require special care. This is why the use of AI in education is automatically a legal issue, even though when the intention is purely educational and positive. So the key question is not whether teachers should use AI. That question has already been answered by the reality. The real question is, how can AI be used in education a way that is lawful? Before we move into the regulatory frameworks, there is one important point we need to highlight. In practice, when AI used in education, the legal problems that arise most frequently fall into two main areas: data privacy and intellectual property. Questions about who owns the content generated or uploaded to AI systems, as well as the ways how students' personal data is collected, stored, and reused are the issues educators encounter the most. And this is where things become more complex, because the rules governing data protection and intellectual property do not look the same everywhere. What may be legal in one country or region can be restricted or even prohibited in another. Different jurisdictions apply different legal standards, different enforcement approaches, and different level of protection, especially when children are concerned. This is why teachers and educational institutions cannot rely on a single universal rulebook when using AI. Therefore, understanding how these issues are regulated at the global, regional, and national level is essential. Let's talk about the EU AI Act, one of the first and clearest examples of a comprehensive binding framework that shows why education is treated differently and how law translates into practical obligations for schools and educators. Although the EU AI Act and General Data Protection Regulation, namely GDPR, is a legal instrument prepared by the European Union and intended to be applied within the European Union, the detailed and sophisticated regulatory framework it contains is likely to lead other legal systems. First, the EU AI Act is built around a very simple idea. Not all AI equally risky. Some AI tools are harmless, some require transparency, and some considered high risk because they can have serious and long-term consequences for individuals. And education is a perfect example of that. Under the logic of EU AI Act, an AI system becomes especially sensitive when it is used to make or support decisions that affect people's opportunities, access, and outcomes. So think about school-related uses. AI tools that help evaluate performance, rank students, guide placements, recommend pathways, flag students as at risk, or support admissions type decisions. Even if a teacher is not automating the final decision, the reality is that AI can still influence the outcome. And that's why education is treated as a high impact area. Now, before we even get to high risk, the EU AI Act sets very clear red lines, things that are simply not acceptable in education environments. A key example is emotion recognition. The Act explicitly prohibits AI systems that interfere emotions in the context of educational institutions, except for very narrow medical or safety reasons. So in practical terms, if a tool claims to detect attention, stress, motivation, engagement, or emotions from faces, voice, or behavior, that's exactly the kind of system the EU AI Act is pushing out of ordinary school settings. Now, let's come to the next layer. High-risk systems and what that means for a school or educational institution. One of the most important things the EU AI Act does is to treat the organization using the system, what the Act called the deployer, as a key legal actor. Under the EU AI Act, the deployer is not in a passive position. This means that liability does not arise solely with the person that develops or provides the AI system, but also with the person that uses it. The Act's logic is simple. Providers build the system, but deployers understand the real-world context of use, namely the classroom realities, the vulnerable groups involved, the local risks, and therefore deployers have a genuine responsibility to protect fundamental rights. To prevent such liabilities from arising, teachers and institutions are required to carry out certain assessments. One of these introduced under the EU AI Act is the Fundamental Rights Impact Assessment, which is particularly relevant when AI systems are used in relation to students classified as high risks. So the teachers and institutions should be aware of where exactly the AI system is going to be used, how often and for how long, which materials are used, which groups of people are affected, whether there is any data leak, what the specific risks are. At this point, the EU AI Act and data privacy considerations come into play side by side. Although the EU AI Act constitutes the primary applicable framework, it does not displace the rules set out under the GDPR. Accordingly, these two legal regimes apply concurrently. GDPR stipulates data protection impact assessment, and such assessment is required under the GDPR anytime you begin a new project that is likely to involve a high risk to third parties' personal information. In this regard, the Act explicitly connects the fundamental rights impact assessment with the GDPR-style data protection impact assessment. If an organization already performs a data protection impact assessment under the GDPR Article 35, then the fundamental rights impact assessment under the Act is meant to complement it. I would like to therefore emphasize all educators and institutions that if you are using AI tools that touch students' assessment evaluations, guidance, or profiling, especially at scale, you should think in terms of impact assessment, not just terms and conditions of any AI tools. Because the question is no longer simply, is this tool helpful? The question becomes which rights this tool may affect, what data does it process, and what risks does it create? And there is one more point that matters for teachers. It's the AI literacy. The EU AI Act actually contains a direct rule on AI literacy. It requires providers and deployers to make measures to the best of their ability to ensure a sufficient level of AI literacy among staff and others operating AI systems on their behalf, taking into account the context and the people affected. So AI literacy is not just a nice-to-have training. Under the EU AI Act approach, it's part of compliance. If a school deploys AI, the school is expected to ensure that the teacher using it understands the system sufficiently to use it responsibly in context and with awareness of who is affected and who is the responsible. So, as I mentioned, if an AI tool touches students' personal data, besides EU AI Act, GDPR is still fully enforced. So they run in parallel. It means that the moment you upload student work, student names, voices, behavior notes, or anything that can identify a child into an AI system, you are no longer just using a tool. You are processing personal data, and that activates GDPR obligations. And in education, there is an additional sensitivity. Children are a vulnerable group, so the threshold is so much higher. In GDPR terms, someone is the controller, the one deciding why and how data is processed. In many school contexts, the school or institution will be the controller, and the AI vendor will be the processor. But this can shift depending on how the tool is designed and whether the vendor reuses data for its own purposes. This matters because the AI Act also treats the deployers as a real legal actor, not a passive user. Deployers have a critical role in protecting fundamental rights precisely because they understand the real classroom context and they are the one who upload the informations to the AI system. So practically, schools and educators cannot outsource responsibility by saying the vendor is the only responsible regarding the processing the data. After going through all this legal background, I want to clearly highlight a few things that you should never forget when using AI in an educational context. First, always make sure you understand how data is being processed and ensure that it is not reused for any other purpose. Second, never share students' personal data with AI tools. This includes names, faces, voices, personal notes about students, or exam results. If the information can identify a student, then it should not be shared. Third, do not create profiles or labels about students while using AI. Fourth, do not use AI to generate exam grades or assessments, because academic evaluation must always remain a human responsibility. Fifth, when you use AI to support teaching or to generate educational content, share as little information as possible about the class. So keep it minimal. And finally, always remember this. When you use AI, responsibility does not directly shift to the tool. The responsibility may remain with you. Besides EU AI Act and GDPR, UNESCO has also issued several guidelines addressed to teachers, which may be described as soft law instruments. Soft law refers to rules, principles, guidelines, or standards that are not legally binding in the formal sense, but nevertheless influence the behavior of states, institutions, and other actors. These guidelines place particular emphasis on teachers are expected to receive specific training and to possess sufficient knowledge of AI systems that are used in the education of children. In addition, the guidelines clearly state that educational institutions delivering education through AI should have a written and institutional AI policy in place. It is important to note that these guidelines are not legally binding, given their soft law nature. However, as an attorney, we anticipate that many jurisdictions will take these pioneering guidelines into account when developing future regulatory frameworks. In other words, in the near future, educational institutions that wish to use AI in classrooms are likely to be required to complete such policies and procedures as a matter of compliance. In any event, in order to ensure that children have access to sound education and to AI-assisted teaching that does not entail legal risks, it is essential to establish these policies and taking a little bit back. In any event, in order to ensure that children have access to sound education and to AI-assisted teaching that does not entail legal risks, it is essential to establish these policies at an early stage and to provide teachers with the necessary and timely training. Regarding the intellectual property law, namely IP, we should ask ourselves a really fundamental question. Is content generated by AI protected by copyright? Nearly all legal systems, copyright protection requires human authorship. This means that content generated entirely by an AI system is not considered protected work. Regarding the AI, the most serious legal risk for teachers is copyright infringement, because AI systems mostly reproduce existing text, sometimes with high similarity without indicating sources. If a teacher unknowingly distributes AI-generated material that closely resembles a copyrighted book, article, or course material, this may constitute a potentially copyright infringement. And disclosure does not automatically prevent copyright responsibility. So briefly, always review, edit AI-generated content. Avoid directly publishing AI outputs without human verification. Be especially cautious with materials that will be distributed, published, or monetized. Although many conferences and guidance documents have been issued to address the legal regulation of AI, there is still no fully settled and comprehensive legal framework. At present, the EU AI Act represents the most clear and well-structured set of rules, and other legal systems tend to assess AI-related issues through general data protection law, intellectual property law, and the approach reflected in the EU AI Act. For this reason, Teachers and educational institutions should avoid sharing any data that could make students identifiable in order to prevent potential liability. Likewise, they should refrain from reproducing or distributing works that are used by AI systems but remain protected by copyright. It is also important for teachers and educational institutions to be aware of how the AI tools they use process data and on whom those tools are implemented. Preparing an internal AI policy and providing teachers with basic training within this framework can be a practical and effective way to manage these risks. Finally, one point should always be kept in mind. AI is developing very quickly, but legal rules are evolving at a similarly notable pace. Keeping a close eye on legal developments and seeking advice from a legal professional when needed will help ensure that AI is used safely and responsibly in education. Thank you.